Krishna prapti hoya Vakya Chite te Koriya Kya Padma Vakya Chite te Koriya Kya Anna Koriyo Mani Asha Anna Koriyo Mani Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudana Diloye Jamne Jamne Prabhu Se Chakudana Diloye Jamne Jamne Prabhu Se Divye Gyan Ride Prokashito Divye Gyan Ride Prokashito Prema Bhakti Ahoite Avidya Vinashanate Bhakti ahoite avijja vinashate Vede gaya hara charito Vede gaya hara charito Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Jivana Loknath Lokira Jivana Aha Prabhu Koro Doya Hiro More Padachaya Aha Prabhu Gurudoya Deho More Padachaya. Prabhu Gurudoya Deho More Padachaya. Ibija Chuchu Tribhuvana. Ibija Shagushu Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Loya Pada Luyira Charana. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol. Prabhupada ki Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Jnana Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Radha Giridhari, Radha Giridhari, Radhe. Jaya Radha Giridhari, Radha Giridhari, Radhe. Jaya Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jaya Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Shama Sundar, Shri Radhe. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga-pūjā. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Maharaj ke jai. Hare Krishna, Sham, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Radha Sham, Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Sham, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Nitai Gaura Hare Bol. Nitai Gaura Hare Bol. Govardhan, get it Govardhan, get it Govardhan, Jaya Patitapa. Jai Shri Radha Shyama Sundar ki, Shri Govardhan ki, Govardhana-pūjā ki, Jai Nitai Go Premanande, Hari Hari.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo. 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 Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Shyam. Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Shyam. Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Shyam. Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Shyam. Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo. Hari Haribo. Haribo, Nitai Gaura Hari Haribo. Jaya Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Shri Shri Govardhana ke. Shri Shri Radhe Shyam ke. Shri Govardhana ke. Guru Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Kedves bakták! Nagyon-nagyon örülök, hogy itt vagytok. Köszönjük szépen, hogy itt ragyogtok.
Dear devotees, thank you that you have come and you are shining here.
Nagyon csodálatos bakta szanga.
It's a very nice devotee sangha.
Jó lenne, hogy ez így maradjon holnap és egész évben,
It would be good that it would continue tomorrow and all year.
de legalább vigyük szívünkbe, hogyha nem tudjuk így folytatni fizikailag.
But at least take it to in our heart home if we cannot continue it here.
Good translate? Understand everybody? Thank you. Most itt felmosnak, ott lesz majd lecke, majd még maradjatok nyugodtan, még egy pár szót fogok mondani.
They're going to clean here, then the lecture will be there on that side. Please don't, please take your seat. Don't stand up.
Akik nem regisztráltak a fesztiválra,
Who did not register to the festival,
a prasadamra,
to the prasadam,
számukra lesz biztosítva édesség.
still sweets will be given to them.
Amikor lesz lakoma, akkor akik nem regisztráltak, menjenek a sátorba,
Who did not register during the feast, please go to the tent.
és ott lesz egy külön hely, ahol megkapjátok Mahaprasadam édességet.
There will be a separate place where you can get the Mahaprasadam sweets.
Sri Govardhana ki jai! És természetesen a fesztivál ingyenes,
And of course the festival is free,
de nem teljesen.
not totally.
Mert ahhoz, hogy ez a fesztivál, itt lehetne kapni prémet a szívében,
In this festival you can get prema in your heart.
mit kell nekünk? Lauream, bizalom, hit.
For this we need faith, trust.
Szóval egy nagy bizalommal folytassak mai fesztivált.
So please continue with trust in this festival.
Ezért nem teljesen ingyenes a fesztivál.
So this festival is not, because of this festival is not completely free.
Jó, akik későn érkeztek, és szeretnének leadni édességet,
Who came later and they both want to give off sweets.
akkor itt a Siama kódnál látjátok csodálatos fehér ragyogó sátrot.
There is a large white tent in Shyamkund, shining.
Thank you. Oda lehet levinni a bóga édességet.
You can take the boba sweets there.
Oké. És ahogy látjátok, a program szokás szerint egy kicsit hosszabb lesz, amit láttatok a plakáton.
As you know, the program will be a bit longer than what we have seen on the poster.
Most lesz lecke, utána elmegyünk Gosalába, utána visszajövünk.
Now there will be a class, then after that we are going to go to the Goshala and come back.
Aztán elmegyünk, ott itt lesz a édesség felajánlás, bóga.
We will offer the sweets here.
Utána elmegyünk a Govardhana-parikrama, Rasasztálihoz.
Then we are going to go to Govardhana-pūjā to Rajastali.
Ott fogunk imádni a Govardhánt.
We are going to worship Govardhan there.
Lesz parikrám.
There will be parikram.
Aki szeretne Dandavat parikrámot, akkor lehet.
Whoever wants to do Dandavat parikram, they can do it.
2 variáció, lehet rövid, templom körül,
There can be a short Dandavat parikram during the temple, around the temple.
egy kicsit hosszabb a Govardhan hegy körül.
And there can be a longer one around Govardhan Hill.
És nagyon szeretjük a gyerekeket is.
We like children very much.
Gondolom a szüleik még jobban szeretnek.
I think their parents like them more.
Csodálatos kis bakták.
Very nice small devotees.
Ezért nagyon fontos, vigyázzunk rájuk, minden szülő nagyon figyeljen oda a kis gyerekére.
So please do look after them.
Jó, köszönjük szépen. Sri Govardhana-pūjā! Akkor itt most kivesznek, oda bevisznek Vyasa-sant, meg lehet majd forduljunk.
So the Vyasa-san will be taken there, so please turn Vyasa-san.
És nagyon-nagyon nagy, de nagyon alázatos kérésünk van.
And we have a very big but very humble request.
Az ajtóban légy szíves, ne gyűlölközzétek és ne üljétek.
Don't sit and don't stand in the door.
Van elég hely templomban, gyertek mindenkit örömmel itt fogadjunk, és csináljunk helyet nektek.
There is enough space in the temple room, so please come in and we will make space for you.
És addig megkérjük Caitanya Mahaprabhut,
In the meantime, we will ask Caitanya Mahaprabhu
hogy folytasson a kirtánt.
to continue the kirtan.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanshan Shri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
My apologies for a little late,
Elnézést, hogy egy kicsit késtünk,
and my apologies especially devotees online, they may have been waiting.
és elnézést azoknak, akik online várakoztak.
And those who aren't waiting, well, don't apologize.
És akik nem várakoztak, azoktól nem kérünk bocsánatot.
Devotees could have Hungarian devotees, but English devotees could have a Caitanya Charitamrita with them.
Magyar baktáknál és hát angol baktáknál is lehet Caitanya Charitamrita.
Untitled Chapter 14.
Antyalila 14. fejezet.
Hungarian devotees, if you have TKG's diary,
Magyar baktáknak pedig, hogyha megvan a TKG naplója című könyv,
what page? What's going on? That was Maharani Devidasi, just in case everyone in the world didn't know.
ez Maharani Devidasi volt, hogyha valaki tűnődne rajta, hogy ki jött be.
And She's the one who's blocking the screen right now.
És ő ült le a vetítés elé most.
So because we're late, I'm not going to do anything other than we're going to chant this verse together.
Mivel késő van, úgyhogy rögtön azzal fogjuk kezdeni, hogy elénekeljük ezt a verset.
And let's chant it. We'll chant it in the meter of Govindam.
És a Govindam ritmusára fogjuk énekelni, vagy versmértékkel.
So Hantaya Madhirabila Haridasa Varyo Yad Rama Krishna Charana, like that. Just hang on a minute. But before that, I have to Okay, I just want to inform everybody about Nitya Sevas. This is a quickie.
De még előtte szeretnék tájékoztatni mindenkit a Nitya Szévával kapcsolatban.
And the devotees online may be wondering why we're celebrating Govardhana-pūjā 3 weeks in advance.
És akik online követik a programot, lehet, hogy tűnődnek azon, hogy vajon miért ünnepeljük a Govardhana-pūját 3 héttel korábban.
And there was a concern that COVID was going to, strike again later on as it starts to get cold.
Aggódtunk amiatt, hogy esetleg beindul a Covid később, ahogy lehűl a levegő.
So we moved the festival up.
Úgyhogy emiatt előrehoztuk a fesztivált.
And of course the devotees will observe Govardhana-pūjā at that time, but in terms of our national festival, we're having it today.
És persze aznap is meg fogják ünnepelni a bakták, de az országos fesztivált ezt ma tartjuk.
And don't remember to turn this on. Hare Krishna. Yes, so as far as Nitya Seva is concerned, okay, Vidyagati Devi Dasi's mother-in-law, Lalita Nai, she's not initiated.
Vidyagati Devi Dasi anyósa, Lalita Gati,
She's doing a Nitya Seva.
aki nem avatott,
And this
csinál
is
egy
the
Nitya Szévát.
fourth Nitya Seva of the family.
És a családnak ez a 4. Nitya Szévája.
There's another Hungarian couple who are doing a Nitya Seva, but they didn't want their names announced.
Van egy másik magyar házaspár is, akik egy Nitya Szévát vállaltak, de nem akarták, hogy a
We
nevüket
had
említsük.
Bhakta Adrian from Romania.
Aztán van Bhakta Adrián Romániából,
Chasplar Gyuri, he was another one. Then completed payments, this was since the last time we talked. Befejezett Nitya Seva. Simon Mihály, aztán Tarkányi Szabolcs és Macsó Balázs, a Szadai család, Sarveshwar Das és Shamala Devi Dasi, Sakshi Gopal Das és Indrani, Fehér Tamás, Lupták Éva, Anta Krishna Das és család, Sharanagati Dham Devi Dasi and her husband. I wonder how he feels about just being called the husband of Sharanagati. Hare Krishna. Thank you all.
köszönjük mindenkinek.
There were quite a few payments, as you can see.
Elég sokan fizettek, ahogy látjátok.
You may think that the deed is done.
Gondolhatjátok azt, hogy már minden megvan,
But there is actually plenty and plenty of Nitya Sevas which have not been paid up.
de még mindig van bőven nap, ami nincs lefedve.
Days that are free.
Olyan nap, ami szabad.
There are more free than there are paid or
Több
being
szabad
paid.
nap van, mint már lefedett nap.
Please continue, it's a really wonderful effort.
Kérlek, folytassátok, ez egy nagyon csodálatos erőfeszítés.
Despite the obviously difficult financial situation, global financial
A
situation.
nyilvánvalóan elég terhelt vagy nehéz anyagi helyzet globálisan,
Especially for the 99% of the population.
főleg a lakosság 99,9%-ának.
Unfortunately, none of the 1% is here.
Sajnos ez az 1% az nincs itt.
They could do Nitya Seva with the spare change in their pockets.
Akiknek a Nitya Seva igazából apró pénz lenne a zsebében.
So, we're going to chant this verse a couple of times.
Elénekeljük párszor ezt a verset.
It's going to be the main theme of today's class.
Ez lesz a fő témája mai leckének.
And I will obviously speak a little more later.
És később nyilvánvalóan fogok többet beszélni.
Let's chant it together.
Énekeljük el együtt.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hantaya madriya bala haridasa varyo Yad Rama Krishna charanas parasa pramoda Manam tanoti sahago ganayo tayoryat Pani ashuya vasakandara kandamulai. Okay, let's do it one more time.
Még egyszer.
Hantaya radriha bala haridasa varyo Yad Rama Krishna charana spasamam pramoda Manam tanoti sahago ganayo tayoryat Pani ashuya vasakanda kandamulai. And then let's do it one more time.
És még egyszer,
So that it's not even, that we do it in odds.
hogy páratlan legyen, ahányszor elmondjuk.
Hantaya radriya bala haridasa varyo Yad Rama Krishna charanas parasa pramodat Manam tanoti sahago ganayo taruryat Pani ashuya vasakandala kandamulai. Beautiful. Okay, here comes the inevitable question.
Gyönyörű, most jön az elkerülhetetlen kérdés.
How many devotees know the verse?
Hány bakta tudja ezt a verset?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was a side. Okay, this is a verse Vaishnavas know.
Ez egy vers, amit a vajsnavák tudnak.
And I leave it to you. It's a good verse to memorize today.
Rátok bízom, ez egy jó vers, amit lehet ma memorizálni.
Let's see the translation.
Nézzük a fordítást.
This is in the 10th canto, 21st chapter,
10. ének 21. fejezet,
18th verse.
18. vers.
So in case you're looking for the translation in Hungarian,
Hogyha magyar fordítást keresitek, akkor így megtaláljátok.
let's read the English all together. Of all the devotees, this Govardhana hill is the best. O my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balaram along with their calves, cows, and cowherd friends with all kinds of necessities. Water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way, the hill offers respect to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, Govardhana hill appears very jubilant. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai, Govardhana Lala ki jai. He was so beautifully painted up. And then right after that, he got a bath.
Nagyon gyönyörűen ki volt festve, de aztán rögtön utána megfürdettük.
Anyway, well, now he gets another bath.
Most kap egy újabb fürdőt.
So, I'd like to just examine this verse
Szeretném megvizsgálni ezt a verset,
and to go a little deeper into the identity of Giriraj Govardhan.
és egy kicsit részletesebben beszélni Giriraj Govardhan identitásáról.
You all know the pastime quite well, I think.
Azt gondolom, hogy mindannyian elég jól ismeritek magát a
And
kettelést.
you also know the pastimes that transpired around the hill.
Ismeritek a ketteléseket, amelyek a hegy körül zajlottak.
And probably some of you have done pilgrimage, you know the pastime places there.
És valószínűleg sokan már jártatok ott zarándokúton, ismeritek a kettelés helyeket.
But I'd like to, so I'm not going to repeat how Indra was caused a devastation over Govardhan, over Vrindavan.
Most nem fogom elismételni azt, hogy Indra hogyan zúdított esőt Govardhanra,
And how Krishna then lifted up the hill.
és hogy aztán Krishna hogyan emelte fel a hegyet.
Good reading matter for the rest of the day.
Ez egy nagyon, nagyon jó olvasmány lesz a nap további részére.
No doubt devotees remember these pastimes at the time when such festivals take place.
Kétségtelen, hogy ezekre a kettelésekre a bakták emlékeznek ilyen fesztiválokkor.
But Srila Prabhupada and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that this verse describes the sweet opulences of Govardhan Hill.
Srila Prabhupada és Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur azt mondják, hogy ez a vers a Govardhan hegy édes fenségét írja le.
And the following are the references to this class.
És a következő hivatkozásokat fogom használni a lecke folyamán.
Srila Prabhupada, Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Tamal Krishna Goswami, Srimad Bhagavatam, Mathura Mahatmya, Garga Samhita, Stavavali. These are the references.
Ezekre fogok hivatkozni.
Now, we're going to start reading Caitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila 1484.
A Caitanya Charitamritából fogunk először olvasni az Antya Lilából, a 14. fejezet 84.
How
verstől.
Caitanya Mahaprabhu appreciated and entered into Govardhan Lila.
Hogy Caitanya Mahaprabhu mennyire értékelte a Govardhan Lilát, és hogy lépett be abba.
And very significantly, the spiritual absorption that he relished in Puri when thinking about Govardhan Hill.
És főleg az ő lelki elmélyülését fogjuk megnézni, ahogy Puriban a Govardhan hegyre gondolt.
So I'm reading in English.
Angolul olvasok.
Now, Hungarians are going to have to, or those who don't speak English, follow. If you have a Caitanya Charitamrita on your telephone.
A magyaroknak pedig majd a telefonjukon kellene követniük a Caitanya Charitamritet, ha nincs náluk a könyv.
So, one day, while Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was going to the sea to bathe, he suddenly saw a sand dune named Chataka Parvata. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu mistook the sand dune for Govardhan Hill and ran towards it. Lord Chaitanya then cited this verse. He was repeating this verse. Of all the devotees, this Govardhan Hill is the best. Oh, my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balaram, as well as their calves, cows, and cowherd friends, with all kinds of necessities. Water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way, the hill offers respect to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, Govardhan Hill appears very jubilant. This jubilant is a real favorite word of Srila Prabhupada.
Ezt az angol jubilant szót, hogy ilyen vidám vagy örvendező, ezt Prabhupada nagyon szerette.
Reciting this verse, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu ran towards the sand dune as fast as the wind. Govinda ran after him, but he could not approach him. Now this sand dune is not exactly right on the beach.
Ez a homok dűne nem pont a parton volt.
In fact, it's behind a certain hill,
Igazából egy bizonyos hegy mögött van,
which is considered to be Govardhana Hill in Puri.
amit Govardhana hegynek tekintenek Puriban.
On top of that hill, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur actually built a house.
Annak a hegynek a tetejére Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati épített egy házat,
And all the far side is all the Gaudiya Mat, Purushottama Gaudiya Mat.
és a túloldalán ott van a Purushottama Gaudiya Mat.
He spent his last days in that building.
Az utolsó napjait abban az épületben töltötte.
Very interesting house in that it has a two central rooms. It's in the middle.
Nagyon érdekes ház, van két szoba középen,
And in the corners, then there's all the deities of all the four Sampradaya Acharyas.
és a sarkokban a 4 Sampradaya Acharya Murtiya található,
And he's in the middle.
és ő meg középen.
So, Caitanya Mahaprabhu's, it would seem to me Caitanya Mahaprabhu's direction was coming from Jagannath Temple,
Úgy tűnt nekem, hogy ekkor Caitanya Mahaprabhu a Jagannath templom felől jött,
along the back path which led to Tota Gopinath temple,
a hátsó úton, ami a Tota Gopinath templomhoz vezet,
Gadadhar's place of residence.
Gadadhar lakhelyéhez.
And there you see it very well.
És ott lehet ezt jól látni.
So, first, reciting this verse, Caitanya Mahaprabhu ran towards the sand dune as fast as the wind. Govinda ran after him, but he could not approach him. First one devotee shouted loudly, and then a tumultuous uproar arose as all the devotees stood up and began to run after the Lord. Well, it seems like they were sitting down and they weren't walking.
Úgy tűnt, hogy ültek, ők nem mentek.
So, because it says he was going to the sea to bathe.
Mert itt azt látjuk, hogy ment a tengerpartra megfürdeni.
Anyway, it seems like there's, at least the devotees were sitting down.
Úgy tűnik, hogy legalábbis a bakták ültek.
Swarup Damodar Goswami, Jagadananda Pandit, Gadadhar Pandit, Ramai, Nandai, and Shankar Pandit are some of the devotees who ran after Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Paramananda Puri and Brahmananda Bharati also went toward the beach, and Bhagavan Acharya, who was lame, followed them very slowly. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was running with the speed of the wind, but he suddenly became stunned in ecstasy and lost all strength to proceed further. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was running with the speed of the wind. Oh, let's repeat it twice. What's the next verse?
The flesh, I teach.
Oh, that's the next verse. Are you looking at what I had?
Yes.
He fell down. I may not be looking at 1486. Let me just see the actual. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Lord Chaitanya fell down. The flesh at each of his pores erupted like pimples, and his bodily hair standing on end appeared like kadamba flowers. These are very unusual symptoms of ecstasy.
Ezek az extázis nagyon szokatlan, különleges szimptomái.
You don't have to worry about having these in the future.
Nem kell aggódnotok, hogy ez fog veletek is történni.
Blood and perspiration flowed incessantly from every pore of his body, and he could not speak a word, but simply produced a gargling sound within his throat. The Lord's eyes filled and overflowed with unlimited tears, like the Ganges and the Jamuna meeting in the sea. His entire body faded to the color of a white conch shell, and then he began to quiver like waves in the ocean. While quivering in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell down on the ground, No, this all happened while the Lord was standing. Then Govinda approached him. It's quite frightening.
Elég rémisztő.
Blood, perspiration,
Vér, izzadság,
pimples, hair standing on end,
egy libabőrös,
trembling of the body.
Remeg a test.
Very sort of awesome, in one sense, very frightening.
Egy szempontból nagyon ijesztő látvány.
Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu fell down, then Govinda approached him. Govinda sprinkled water from a karanga water pot all over the Lord's body, and then taking his own outer garment, he began to fan Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. When Swarup Damodar and the other devotees reached the spot and saw the condition of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they began to cry. All 8 kinds of transcendental transformations were visible in the Lord's body. All the devotees were struck with wonder to see such a sight. So these are 8 symptoms of ecstatic symptoms, all appearing all at once.
Egyszerre megjelent mind a 8 extatikus szimptomum.
All in very, to the most powerful or effulgent extent.
A legerőteljesebb vagy ragyogóbb mértékben.
The devotees loudly chanted the Hare Krishna mantra near Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and washed his body with cold water. After the devotees had been chanting for a long time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu suddenly stood up and shouted, Hari Bol! When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stood up, all the Vaishnavas loudly chanted, Hari, Hari, in great jubilation. The auspicious sound filled the air in all directions. Astonished, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stood up and began looking here and there, trying to see something, but he could not catch sight of it. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw all the Vaishnavas, he returned to partial external consciousness and spoke to Swarup Damodar Goswami. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Who has brought me here from Govardhana Hill? I was seeing Lord Krishna's pastimes, but now I cannot see them. Today I went from here to Govardhana Hill to find out if Krishna was tending his cows there. I saw Lord Krishna climbing Govardhana Hill and playing his flute, surrounded on all sides by grazing cows. Hearing the vibration of Krishna's flute, Srimati Radharani and all her Gopi friends came there to meet him. They were all very nicely dressed. When Krishna and Srimati Radharani entered a cave together, the other gopis asked me to pick some flowers. Just then, all of you made a tumultuous sound and carried me here from there to this place. Why have you brought me here, causing me unnecessary pain? I had a chance to see Krishna's pastimes, but I could not see them. Saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to weep. When all the Vaishnavas saw the Lord's condition, they also wept. At that time, Paramananda Puri and Brahmananda Bharati arrived. Seeing them, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became somewhat respectful. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to complete external consciousness and immediately offered prayers to them. Then these 2 elderly gentlemen both embraced the Lord with loving affection. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Puri Goswami and Brahmananda Bharati, Why have the 2 of you come so far? Puri Goswami replied, Just to see your dancing. When he heard this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt somewhat ashamed. Then he went to bathe in the sea with all the Vaishnavas. After bathing in the sea, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence with all the devotees. Then they all lunched on the remnants of food offered to Lord Jagannath. Thus, I have described the transcendental ecstatic symptoms of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even Lord Brahma cannot describe their influence. In his book, Gauranga Stava Kalpa Riksha, Raghunath Das Goswami has very vividly described Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime of running towards the Chataka Parvat sand dune. This is a quote from that book. Near Jagannath Puri is a great sand dune known as Chataka Parvat. Seeing that hill, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Oh, I shall go to the land of Braj to see Govardhan Hill." Then he began running madly towards it, and all the Vaishnavas ran after him. This scene awakens in my heart and maddens me. Who can properly describe all the uncommon pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu? They are all simply his play. I have briefly described them just to give an indication of his transcendental pastimes. Nevertheless, anyone who hears this will certainly attain shelter of Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishna Das, narrate Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. Jai Shri Giri Govardhana ki jai. Well, devotees, who are attentively hearing this pastime,
azok a bakták, akik figyelmesen hallgatják ezt a kettelést,
he says, certainly attain the shelter of Lord Krishna's lotus feet.
azt mondja, hogy kétségtelenül elérik Krishna lótuszlábának menedékét.
So that's a wonderful blessing from a Mahabhagavata.
Ez egy csodálatos áldás egy Mahabhagavatától.
And obviously the potency of Caitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes.
És nyilvánvalóan Caitanya Mahaprabhu ketteléseinek a potenciája.
And also of Giri Govardhan, who the pastime is about.
És Giri Govardhana is, akiről a kettelés szól.
And Kandara is called cave.
Kandara barlangot jelent.
Let's go back to the verse. Yeah. So there you see Kandara Kandamulai. Here in this Leela, Caitanya Mahaprabhu comes to Vrindavan.
Ebben a kettelésben Caitanya Mahaprabhu megérkezik Vrindavanba.
And of course this is his great desire to be able to see Krishna.
És persze az a nagy vágya, hogy megláthassa Krishnát.
And he comes to Govardhan Hill.
Eljön a Govardhan hegyhez.
And sees Krishna and the cowherd boys on Govardhan Hill.
És látja Krishnát és a tehéntáször fiúkat a Govardhan hegyen.
Krishna's playing the flute, the
Krishna
cows are
fuvalázik,
grazing there.
a tehenek legelnek.
So it's a very beautiful scene, and then all of a sudden Srimati Radharani and the gopis show up.
Gyönyörű a látvány, és aztán egyszer csak hirtelen megjelenik Srimati Radharani a gópikkal.
I'm just looking at that devotee. It looks like one of my godbrothers, but he's not.
Nézem ezt a baktát, úgy néz ki, mint az egyik istentestvérem, de nem.
The blonde devotee with the...
Szőke bakta.
And then Krishna met Srimati Radharani, and then they went into a cave.
És Krishna találkozott Srimati Radharanival, és bementek egy barlangba.
So to make flower garlands for them, then the gopis now sent Caitanya Mahaprabhu to get flowers.
És hogy virágfüzéreket készítsenek nekik, a gópik Caitanya Mahaprabhut elküldték virágokat.
So it's very interesting because now Caitanya Mahaprabhu is generally in the mood of Srimati Radharani.
Nagyon érdekes, mert Caitanya Mahaprabhu általában Srimati Radharani hangulatában
So
van.
he's not Srimati Radharani now, he's seeing Srimati Radharani.
De most ő nem Srimati Radharani, hanem látja Srimati Radharanit.
And either is she in the mood of one of Srimati Radharani's friends, because they're the ones who are telling her to go pick flowers.
És vagy Srimati Radharani egyik barátjának a hangulatában van, mert ők mondják neki, hogy menjen virágot szedni.
So this is one of the two examples in Caitanya Charitamrita where Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in the role of one of the assistants to the gopis.
És két példa közül ez az egyik, amikor Caitanya Mahaprabhu a gópik egyik segítőjének a szerepében van.
And it's a very significant role that Lord Chaitanya is taking,
egy nagyon jelentős szerepet fogad el az Úr Chaitanya,
because this is also representative of what Caitanya Mahaprabhu had come to actually give.
mert ez képviseli azt, amiért Chaitanya Mahaprabhu eljött, amit adni akart.
And he's really lamenting, why have you brought me here? I was in such a ecstatic position.
És így lamentál, keserek, hogy miért hoztatok ide, olyan extatikus helyzetben voltam.
So he was feeling such great ecstasy and just picking flowers for Radha and Krishna's garland.
Olyan nagy extázis tapasztalt, pusztán annak köszönhetően, hogy Ráda és Krishna
And being
virágfüzéréhez virágot
directed
gyűjtött,
by Radharani's friends.
és Ráda Ráni barátnői utasították.
And then I mentioned that these extreme symptoms are characteristic only of Caitanya Mahaprabhu.
És említettem, hogy ezek az extrém szimptomák, ezek csak Chaitanya Mahaprabhut jellemzik.
Although it's said that Srimati Radharani also exhibits such symptoms, but I've never read it.
Azt mondják, hogy Srimati Radharani is nyilvánít ilyen szimptomákat, de sehol nem olvastam erről.
Also very extreme,
Szintén nagyon extrém.
becoming very, very thin.
Nagyon-nagyon lesoványodik.
Complexion almost becoming blackish.
A színe szinte fekete lesz.
Also very extreme symptoms approaching death. It's questionable whether she's alive.
Nagyon extrémek a szimptomák, szinte már meghal, kérdéses, hogy még éle.
But these are the commodity, or these are the privilege of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna, Srimati Radharani.
De ezek a szimptomák Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna és Srimati Radharani privilégiumai.
The very unique ecstasies that they show.
Ezek nagyon egyedi extázisok,
For
amiket ők
instance,
nyilvánítanak.
we're very used to seeing Jagannath.
Mi nagyon megszoktuk Jagannath látványát,
That's also a very extreme form of Krishna.
ami szintén Krishnának egy nagyon extrém formája.
It's like Caitanya Mahaprabhu, his limbs go into his body.
Mint Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, a végtagjai behúzódnak a testébe.
Just a little showing of his arms.
Kicsi látszik a kezéből.
Legs are completely in his body.
A teste az teljesen eltűnt.
So, yes, those are unique symptoms of ecstasy.
Ezek az extázis egyedülálló szimptomái.
And Caitanya Mahaprabhu here is also now in a mood other than Radha Bhava.
És itt Chaitanya Mahaprabhu egy másik hangulatban van, mint a Radha Bhava.
So it's good for devotees to note that.
Jó azt észrevenniük a baktáknak.
And we see that in this pastime we receive a blessing of receiving the shelter of Lord Krishna.
És látjuk, hogy ebben a kezdtelésben megkapjuk az Úr Krishna menedékének áldását.
Hope you bear with me. I'm going to read another few verses.
Tartsatok ki, fogok olvasni további verseket.
And this is a glorification of Giriraj from Mathura Mahatmya.
És ez Giriraj dicsőségéről szól a Mathura Mahatmjából.
This is a book by Rupa Goswami.
Rupa Goswaminak a könyve.
And it's a compilation of verses
Versekből szerkesztette.
from Shastra
A sásztrából származó
that
versekből.
he's collected.
Gyűjtötte össze őket.
Mathura Mahatmya means that it's the glorification of Mathura.
Mathura Mahatmya azt jelenti, hogy Mathura dicsőítése.
In this case, Mathura meaning not just the village, it's the town, but actually all of Vrindavan.
És itt ez nem csak Mathura városára utal, hanem egész Vrindavanára.
Sometimes Braj is also called Mathura.
Néha Braját Mathurának is nevezik.
I'm not reading the Sanskrit, I'm just reading the translation.
Csak a fordítást fogom olvasni, a szanszkritot nem.
2 yojanas, 16 miles, which is not very far, west of Mathura town, is a very rare place named Govardhana Hill. I've gone that road, which this part refers to.
Mentem már azon az úton, amire itt utalás van.
It's there. It's usually called the Govardhana Road.
Ott van, általában úgy nevezik, hogy a Govardhan út.
two roads that devotees go to Govardhan Hill.
Két út van, amin a bakták mennek a
One is
Govardhan
called the
hegyhez.
Govardhan Road, and one is called the Radhakund Road.
Az egyiket Govardhan útnak, a másikat a Radhakund útnak hívják.
The Radhakund Road brings you to the edge of Govardhan Hill.
A Radhakund út az a Govardhan hegy széléhez visz,
And generally it's considered a dangerous road to go on at night.
és általában ezt az utat éjszaka veszélyesnek tartják.
There's still dacoits, robbers.
Még mindig vannak rablók.
If you're driving in a car,
Ha kocsival mész,
they put a log across the road,
egy farönköt kitesznek az útra,
so you can't go forward.
hogy nem tudsz tovább menni,
And then when you're there, then they bring another one behind the
és
car as
amikor
well.
odaérsz, akkor mögéd is tesznek egyet,
And they come with these homemade guns,
és ilyen házi készítésű fegyverekkel jönnek.
which has sort of a 50-50 chance.
50-50 esélye van.
One, it'll blow up in their face,
Az egyik esély, hogy az ő arcukba robban,
and the other one is they'll shoot you.
a másik, hogy lelőnek téged.
So, yes, and it happens to this very day.
És a mai napig ez történik.
The Govardhan Road is considered to be somewhat safer.
A Govardhan utat biztonságosabbnak tartják.
So that Govardhan Road was very beautiful road.
Ez a Govardhan út egy nagyon
Both.
gyönyörű út volt.
Both of them were really, 50 years ago, they were just like, dirt tracks.
50 évvel ezelőtt ezek csak földutak voltak.
Anyway, so it's a 16-mile drive
Tehát ez egy
from
25
Mathura.
kilométeres út.
A person who circumambulates the place named Anakut Tirtha does not return to this world. O godless, I will now tell you everything about it. Anakut Tirtha is the place where the Govardhan Hill offering was made.
Az Annakuta Tirtha az a hely, ahol a Govardhan hegynek a felajánlást végezték.
And that started at the village of Anior,
Az Anior falunál
and
kezdődött,
it went all the way to Manasiganga,
és a Manasigangáig tartott,
which is a long way.
ami egy hosszú út.
And that's a lot of prasadam.
És ez nagyon sok prasádam.
So it was all offered all along
És ott
there.
végig felajánlások voltak.
So technically speaking, that place Anakut, where the offering was made, that's called Anakut Tirtha.
És ezt a helyet, ahol a felajánlásokat végezték, úgy hívják, hogy Annakuta Tirtha.
But Govardhan Hill is also considered, is sometimes called Anakut Tirtha.
De néha a Govardhan hegyet hívják Annakuta Tirthának.
After bathing in the Manasaganga, which is a must, seeing the deity of Lord Hari on Govardhan Hill, and circumambulating Anakut Tirtha, what heart can remain unhappy? To protect the cows distressed by Indra's torrential rains, I lifted Govardhan Hill. This is Krishna speaking.
Krishna beszél.
The place where Indra worshipped Lord Krishna is famous as Anakut Tirtha. A person who on a Sunday, that is also a new moon day, goes to Govardhan Hill and offers pinda to his ancestors, attains the result of offering a Rajasuya Yagya. So sometimes devotees worry about, offering pinda to their forefathers.
Néha a bakták foglalkoznak ezzel, hogy pindát ajánljanak az ősatyáknak.
And they go to Gaya.
Elmennek Gajába.
Here you can go to Govardhan Hill.
Itt látjuk, hogy lehet menni a Govardhan hegyhez.
And no doubt you will get a much greater benefit, or your forefathers will get the greater benefit.
És kétségtelen, hogy az ősatyáitok sokkal nagyobb áldást fognak így kapni.
In the Skanda Purana, Mathura Kanda, it is said, Govardhan Hill is an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When the Lord lifted the hill, all the people of Braj were saved from Indra's rains. Lord Vishnu stays eternally on Govardhan Hill. Brahma, Shiva, and Lakshmi also reside there. Of this there is no doubt. Here they're referring to Haridev.
Itt Haridevre utal.
Haridev is just on the banks of Manasiganga.
Haridev a Manasiganga partján található.
It was a self-manifest deity, manifest to the gopis,
Egy önmegnyilvánult murti, aki megnyilvánult a gópik előtt,
and been worshipped there since that time.
és azóta imádják ott.
Now it's not the original deity, now it's a Pratibhuha deity.
Most nem az eredeti murti látható, hanem egy Pratibhu murti.
The original is also in Jaipur.
Az eredeti Jaipurban van.
In the Varaha Purana it is said, 8 kroshas west of Mathura is my very confidential place named Govardhan. The wise see a great wonder there. In that place is something dear to all the devotees. In other words, anyone who goes there, they will find it wonderful from their own perspective.
Vagyis aki elmegy oda, az a saját perspektívájából csodálatosnak fogja látni.
In other words, Giriraj has something for everyone.
Vagyis Giriraj mindenki számára tud ajánlani valamit.
By the way, if you don't know that this hill that goes up from the temple over here, that is Govardhan Hill here in Vraja-dhama.
Ha valaki esetleg nem tudná, akkor ez a domb, amit nyúlik a templomtól arra elfelé, az a Govardhan hegy új Vraja-dhámban.
We have a Parikram Marg, newly completed Parikram Marg there.
Van egy nemrég elkészült parikrama út körülötte.
That was by the kind contribution of, well, no, actually it wasn't Maharani. It was her husband, Devaprastha. She's just hanging on along with the ride.
Ez Devaprastha Prabhunak az adományából készült.
So that was, and all this development of Seva Kunj in the back here, that's also Devaprastha Prabhu's contribution.
És itt hátul a Seva Kunjnak a fejlesztése is Devaprastha adományából vált lehetségesé.
On Chatur Vimsati Dwadasi, the devotees see on Govardhan Hill many great lamps shining in the 10 directions. So you have to see which one is Chatur Vimsati Dwadasi.
Meg kell nézni, hogy melyik ez a Chatur Vimsati Dwadasi.
And if you go there at night, then you'll see these lamps on Giriraj.
És hogyha éjjel mentek, akkor láthatjátok a lámpásokat Girirajon.
Not people who putting them, they're there. They who devoted to my service see these lamps attain the supreme perfection, of this there is no doubt. Visiting Govardhan Hill during Ekadasi in the month of Bhadra, August, September. In the Varaha Purana it said, on the auspicious Shukla Ekadasi in the month of Bhadra, one should fast and circumambulate Govardhan Hill. After circumambulating Govardhan Hill and seeing the deity of Lord Hari there, one attains the result of having performed a Rajasuya Yagya and an Ashramita Yagya. Of this there is no doubt. So usually people start at Manasi Ganga when you do parikrama.
Általában, amikor parikramát csinálnak az emberek, akkor a Manasi Gangától indulnak.
So one starts by taking a bath.
Fürdővel kezdik.
And then one goes to Haridev and takes darshan of Haridev.
Aztán elmennek megnézni Haridevet.
And then you continue your parikrama.
És utána folytatják a parikramát.
Fasting.
Böjtel.
In the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said, let's chant it all together. Hanta yaradriya bala haridasavaryo yad Rama Krishna charana prasanam kamoda manam tanoti sahago ganayotayo yad pani asuya vasakandara kandamulai. Of all the devotees, this Govardhan Hill is the best. O my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balaram, as well as their calves, cows, and cowherd friends, with all kinds of necessities, water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way, the hill offers respect to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, Govardhan hill appears very jubilant. Please translate that for the Hungarians, just so they hear it once.
Just go to the verse. 10, 21, 18. Minden bakta közül a Govardhan-hegy a legkiválóbb. Ó barátnőim, ő gondoskodik mindenről, amire Krisnának, Balarámnak, borjaiknak és teheneiknek, valamint a tehénpásztor fiúknak szükségük van. Ivóvízről, zsengefűről, barlangokról, zöldségről, gyümölcsről és virágokról. Így ajánlja tiszteletét az Úrnak, s határtalan boldogság sugárzik róla, hiszen Krisna és Balarám megérintették lótuszlábukkal.
Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. We're waiting to see him on the altar.
Várjuk, hogy láthassuk az oltáron.
I don't know if you know, but Govardhana is very famous.
Nem tudom, hogy tudjátok-e, de Govardhana nagyon híres.
So wherever you go in Vrindavan, all you see is pictures of him.
Bárhova mész Vrindávonban, mindenhol róla vannak képek.
Bead bags, he's on every bead bag.
Minden dzsapazsákon rajta van.
So he's become very famous.
Nagyon híres lett.
And we found him just, that was actually Balabhadra Prabhu's son. He found Abhay, he found Giriraj just a little further south of Govindakund.
Balabhadra Prabhu fia Abhay találta meg a Govindakundtól egy kicsit délre.
And it's very, very difficult, you know, when now we're going to go and look for Radhisham's Govardhan Shila.
Nagyon nehéz dolog, hogy na most akkor elindulunk és megkeressük Radhishyam Govardhan Shiláját.
And there's about 100 million of them.
És van 100 millió belőlük.
And how do you recognize which he is?
És hogy ismered föl, hogy melyik ő?
So we'd actually already gone over to the other side, and we figured, no, he's not here. We gotta go back.
Átmentünk a túloldalra, és akkor gondoltuk, hogy nem itt van, vissza kell mennünk.
But then when we saw him, we said, yeah, he's the one.
De amikor megláttuk, akkor tudtuk, hogy ő az.
So, and then we went and took him to a Brijbasi.
És akkor elvittük egy Brijbasihoz.
And we didn't give him equal weight in gold.
Nem adtunk neki ugyanolyan súlyú aranyat.
You'd still be out on marathon right now.
Mert akkor még mindig maraton lenne.
But we did give a donation.
De adtunk egy adományt.
And then we bathed them, did abhishek.
Megfürdettük, abhisékát tartottunk.
And then he came here.
És aztán eljött ide.
And started worshiping right away.
És rögtön elkezdtük imádni.
Yeah, it was just after he arrived. There was Nectares said, "Can't we start worshiping? At least feeding him."
Rögtön, amikor megérkezett, akkor felmerült a kérdés, hogy akkor nem kezdhetnénk el rögtön imádni?
So we started giving nice sweets.
Legalább etetni, és akkor kezdtünk neki
That's what
finom
the
édességeket
Brijbasi
adni.
said. Feed him good sweets, and he'll be happy.
Azt mondta ez a Brijbasi, hogy etessétek finom édességekkel, akkor boldog lesz.
So sweets, new Vraja-dhama sweets are really special.
Az új Vraja-dhama édességek nagyon különlegesek.
Burfi, rasgulla, sandesh, from Radhisham's Shyamasundar cows. They're really extraordinary.
Shyamasundar teheneitől nagyon különlegesek.
In the Mathura Kanda, it is said, after bathing in Brahmakund, Brahma satisfied Lord Hari. Indra and other planetary rulers created other lakes nearby. In the Adivaraha Purana, it is said, O auspicious one, that lake is surrounded by groves of trees and vines and by 14 auspicious holy places. On the eastern side is Indra Tirtha, on the south is Yama Tirtha, on the west is Varuna Tirtha, on the north is Kuvera Tirtha. In these places I will enjoy pastimes as I wish. By Govardhan, by Haridev's temple, between Haridev's temple and Manasiganga,
Haridev temploma és a Manasi Gangák között
there's Brahmakund,
van a Brahmakund,
Brahmatirtha.
Brahmatirtha.
And then there were 4 other kunds around it.
És ott volt körülötte még 4 kund,
And this is where Balabhadra Bhattacharya used to always cook Caitanya Mahaprabhu's lunch, and Lord Chaitanya used to have lunch here.
és Balabhadra Bhattacharya mindig itt főzött ebédet Caitanya Mahaprabhunak, és Caitanya Mahaprabhu mindig idejött.
It really became dilapidated.
Aztán nagyon
But
lerobbant.
sometimes we used to also just take prasadam there.
De mi is néha ott tiszteltünk prasadamot.
Glorification of Govinda Kund. In Mathura Kanda it is said the Supreme Personality of Godhead was bathed by Indra, who had become the enemy of Braj. That's a bad name to have, enemy of Braj.
Ez nagyon rossz, amikor valakinek ez a neve, hogy Vraja ellensége.
That's how you're known, as the enemy
Így vagy
of Braj.
híres.
From that bathing, Govinda Kund was created. Govinda Kund grants liberation to those who do nothing more than bathe in it. In the Adi Varaha Purana it is said, near Anakut Tirtha is the holy place Govinda Kund that Indra made. A person who bathes there and offers tarpana attains the result of performing 100 yagyas. Now we're already going to Radhakund and then continuing on. Glorification of Radhakund and other places. In the Adivaraha Purana it is said, by bathing in Radhakund and Shamakund, this Adivaraha Purana is when Varahadev killed Hiranyaksha.
Amikor Varahadev megölte Hiranyaksát,
And he was going back to Vaikuntha.
és ment vissza Vajkuntára,
He flew over Vrindavan.
Vrindában felett repült,
So he came down to Vrindavan because this
lejött
is
Vrindavanba, leszállt,
and at the place where devotees bathe, the first place that they come to when they come to
és
Mathura,
az első hely, amikor a bakták megérkeznek Maturába,
which is called
Vishramgat.
Vishramgat. So at Vishramgat, he was approached by the Bhumi Devi, the earth goddess.
Vishramgátnál oda ment hozzá Bhumi Devi, a földistennője.
And she wanted to ask him, what are the, please tell me, what are the glories of this place?
És meg akarta kérdezni, hogy beszélj nekem ennek a helynek a dicsőségéről.
Why have you landed here? There must be something special about
Miért
it.
szálltál le itt? Biztos itt van valami különleges.
So he describes all the holy places of Vrindavan.
És akkor ő beszélt a Vrindában összes szent helyéről.
So that is called the Adivaraha Purana.
És ez az Ádivaraha Purána.
By bathing in Radhakund and Shamakund, one attains the result of having performed a Rajasuya Yagya and an Ashramita Yagya. Of this there is no doubt. O Yudhisthira, during the Deepotsava festival, Lord Vishnu's devoted servants at Radhakund can see the entire universe. See the whole universe.
Az egész univerzumot.
In the Padma Purana, Kartik Mahatmya, it is said, Radhakund by beautiful Govardhana hill is dear to Lord Hari. A person who bathes there on the Bahulashtami day of the month of Kartik is also dear to Lord Hari. This, you know, when you read things like this, someone who bathes in Radhakund gets the benefit of Rajasuya Yaga and an Ashramita Yagya.
Mikor olvassuk ezeket a dolgokat, hogy aki megfürdik a Rádakundba, az elnyeri egy Ashvaméda jagja és egy Rajasuya jagja áldását, egy eredményét.
These are real distractions.
Ezek igazából csak ilyen elterelő dolgok.
These are distractions for materialistic people who are looking for some mundane benefit.
Olyan embereknek, akik valamilyen anyagi haszonra vágynak.
Vaishnavas are not interested in these things.
Vaisnavákat ezek a dolgok nem érdeklik.
If you bathe in Radhakund, you get prema.
Hogyha Rádakundba fürdesz, akkor prémát kapsz.
So who wants Ashwamedha Yagya?
Ki akarna Ashwamedha jagját?
O Brahmins, a person who satisfies the residents of Radha Kund becomes a great devotee. As Srimati Radha is dear to Lord Vishnu, so her lake, Radha Kund, is also dear to him. When you go to Radha Kund, the Brahmins will remind you of this statement.
Amikor elmész a Rádakundhoz, a brámanák emlékeztetnek erre a kijelentésre.
A person who satisfies the residents of Radha Kund becomes a great devotee.
Az a személy, aki egy Rádakund lakót elégedetté tesz, nagy baktává válik.
And if you don't satisfy them, you go to hell.
És ha nem teszed őket elégedetté, akkor a pokolba mész.
So, yeah, you have to be ready because you don't want to displease them.
Úgyhogy késznek kell állni erre, mert nem akarod elégedetlenné tenni őket.
Among all the gopis, she is most dear to Lord Vishnu, a person who on the Ashtami day on the month of Kartik bathes in her lake becomes dear to Lord Hari. As Lord Janardhan, the master of the demigods, is pleased by obeisances, prayers, and worship during the Prabodhini day, so he is also pleased when these are done at Radha Kund. These I wanted to read first about, obviously, Caitanya Mahaprabhu, because he's who we enter Vrindavan through.
Először is akartam Caitanya Mahaprabhuról olvasni, hiszen rajta keresztül léphetünk be
It's
Vrindavanba.
by the grace of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu that we have any chance whatsoever of actually approaching Radha and Krishna.
Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu kegyéből van egyáltalán lehetőségünk megközelíteni Rádát és Krishnát.
And I wanted to just quote some other shastra. Generally, the parikrams that you read come from these scriptures.
És akartam egy kicsit más sásztrából is olvasni, hogyha a parikrámmal kapcsolatos leírások általában ezekből a szentírásokból
And
származnak.
now I want to get to this verse. Just show me the Sanskrit. Yeah, let's have the Sanskrit there. This verse is a great favorite of Vaishnavas.
Ez a vers nagy kedvence a Vaisnaváknak.
And you know, as usual, I encourage devotees to memorize verses.
Szokás szerint bátorítom a baktákat, hogy memorizáljanak verseket.
Very good way to engage your mind.
Egy nagyon jó módja az elme lefoglalásának.
And very good way to learn things.
És nagyon jó módja megtanulni dolgokat.
Especially younger devotees, they have fresh memories.
Főleg fiatal baktáknak jó friss a memóriája.
I can tell you word for word. Schlager, mi a Schlager?
Hit song.
Hit songs from 1957 when I first came to Canada.
Tudok nektek szóról szóra idézni 1957-ből slágerdalt, amikor Kanadába érkeztem.
Not because I was into them, just because I heard them on the radio.
Nem azért, mert érdekeltek, hanem egyszerűen csak hallottam a rádióban.
And, you know, memories there, so, you know, I can be ba-ba-loo-ba. A lot of, Let's Twist Again by Chubby Checker. So it's, memory is, you know, especially young people have phenomenal memory.
Fiataloknak elképesztő emlékező
Actually,
képessége van.
the Vedic system of learning is much different than the Western system.
A védikus tanulási rendszer egészen más, mint a nyugati.
The Vedic system is memorization.
A védikus rendszer az a memorizálás.
Everything. You memorize everything.
Mindent memorizálni.
So they memorize the entire Vedas and the Puranas, and of course, not necessarily everyone did everything.
A védákat, a puránákat memorizálták, persze nem mindenki mindent.
That's how we got these scriptures.
De így vannak meg nekünk ezek a
Evam
szentírásaink.
parampara imam rajarshyo vidu. That's how they're coming down in parampara.
Így jöttek a paramparánák.
So memorization was, Srila Prabhupada would very much emphasize that especially preachers, they should memorize verses.
Srila Prabhupada nagyon hangsúlyozta főleg, hogy a prédikátorok memorizáljanak verseket.
Well, otherwise your memory also becomes quite stale.
Máskülönben ilyen kis állott lesz a memóriád.
So Bhaktivinoda Thakur refers to this verse in his Bhajan Rahasya.
Bhaktivinoda Thakur a Bhajan Rahasjában utal erre a versre.
And he points out that devotees should worship Krishna in the mood of separation.
És azt hangsúlyozza, hogy a baktáknak az elkülönülés hangulatában kell imádniuk Krisnát.
And that mood of separation, or vipralamba, two particular moods of devotion are relevant.
És amikor a vipralamba hangulatáról beszélünk, akkor az odaadás két hangulattal hangsúlyos.
And that is purvarag and pravas.
Az egyik a purvarága, a másik a pravásza.
So he says these are especially favorable.
Ezek kifejezetten kedvezőek.
So then he quotes this verse.
Aztán idézi ezt a verset.
This comes from the 21st chapter of the 10th canto.
Ez a 10. ének 21. fejezetéből van.
And this is called the Venu Gita, or the Song of the Flute.
Ezt a fejezetet úgy is nevezik, hogy Venu Gita, vagy a fuvaladala.
The gopis are glorifying the flute.
A gópik a fuvalát dicsőítik.
Here, particularly, the flute doesn't come directly into play.
Itt a fuvala nem kerül közvetlenül említésre.
And they are in a mood of purva rag.
És ők a purva rága hangulatában vannak.
Now, sometimes some devotees have mentioned to me that, if you think of Krishna in separation, you can be in purva rag.
Néha valaki kérdezi tőlem, hogy amikor Krishnára elkülönülésben gondolunk, akkor lehetünk ebbe a purva rágában.
So purva rag is a symptom of developed prema.
A purva rága a kifejlett prémának a
So
szimptomája.
it's not something that practicing devotees experience.
Tehát ezt gyakorló bakták nem tapasztalják.
But they can experience it as much as hearing about it facilitates.
De tapasztalhatják annyira, amennyire az arról való hallás ezt lehetővé teszi.
So we experience things by hearing about it.
Mi azon keresztül tapasztalunk dolgokat, hogy hallunk róluk.
I don't know, you walk in on a scene where some people are crying.
Mondjuk belépsz valahova, és valakik sírnak.
Just by seeing them cry, you start to become emotional.
Csak amiatt, hogy látod, hogy sírnak, benned is ezek az érzelmek előtt jönnek.
So you're not feeling what they're feeling.
Te nem érzed azt, amit ők éreznek.
But their presence has influenced you.
De a jelenlétük hatással van rád.
So certainly this verse is also spoken in Purva. Purva rag means love before meeting.
Purva rága azt jelenti, hogy a szeretet találkozás előtt.
It's the rag Purva, before they've met Krishna. They haven't met Krishna yet.
Ez a rága, purva az előtt, hogy találkoztak volna Krisnával.
They've seen Krishna,
Már látták Krisnát,
certainly heard a lot about him,
kétségtelenül sokat
but
hallottak
they've
róla,
never directly met him face to
de
face.
sohasem találkoztak vele közvetlenül szemtől szembe.
But they're already, just by seeing him and hearing about him, they're already in love with him.
De pusztán amiatt, hogy hallottak róla és látták, már beleszerettek.
So this is what's supposed to happen to us.
Ez kellene, hogy történjen velünk is.
That by hearing about Krishna, we're supposed to fall in love with him.
Hogy azáltal, hogy hallunk Krisnáról, beleszeretünk.
You're not going to see him first.
Nem az lesz, hogy először látjuk.
You have to fall in love with him first.
Először bele kell szeretni.
So this was, for instance, Rukmini.
Ez volt például Rukminivel.
She just heard about Krishna. Well, everyone's talking about Krishna.
Ő csak hallott Krisnáról, ugye mindenki beszélt Krisnáról.
And she heard also, especially from Narada Muni.
És hallott kifejezetten Nárada Munitól.
And she fell in love with him.
És beleszeretett.
So that's the kind of devotion that we need to try to develop.
Ez az a fajta odaadás, amit meg kell tanulnunk
And
kifejleszteni.
needless to say, if you're not hearing about him, there's no question of developing love.
És mondani se kell, hogyha valaki nem hall Krisnáról, akkor nem fog kifejleszteni szeretetet iránta.
So pravas means when Krishna's gone away somewhere.
Pravásza pedig azt jelenti, hogy amikor Krishna elment valahova.
And there are two types of pravas. This is one.
Kétféle pravásza van, ez az egyik.
Krishna he just goes away to Govardhana Hill, for instance.
Krishna elmegy a Govardhana hegyre,
Going away to a short distance.
egy rövid távra.
Then when Krishna goes to Mathura, or when Krishna goes to Dwarka, then that's really a long pravas.
Aztán amikor Mathurába vagy Dvárakába megy, ez egy hosszú pravásza.
Now, despite the when we get into this, despite the eloquence and the wonderful service that Giriraj does,
Annak ellenére, hogy milyen különleges, csodálatos szolgálatot ajánl Giriraj,
Jiva Goswami also cites this verse as an example of dasya ras. This is servitude to Krishna.
Jiva Goswami ezt a verset úgy is említi, mint a dászja rasszának a megnyilvánulása, a Krisnának való szolgáló hangulat.
Now this is servitude in the Vraja mood,
És ez a Vraja hangulatában lévő szolgáló
not
hangulat.
the servitude of Vaikuntha.
Nem pedig a Vajkunta hangulatú szolgálat.
But he is rendering service, and you can just see how this dasya ras, which is in one sense the lowest of relationships, how elevated it is.
És látjuk, hogy ez a dászja rassza, ami a legalacsonyabb rendű kapcsolat, milyen emelkedett.
Okay, let's see the word for word.
Nézzük meg a szavankénti fordítást.
And this is so that you can follow also what I'm going to be doing, and that is analyzing the different words and their meanings.
És ez segíteni fog abban, hogy kövessétek, amit csinálok, ami az, hogy a különböző szavaknak a különböző jelentéseit megvizsgáljuk.
So you have to imagine that the gopis are together in groups.
Szóval úgy képzeljétek el, hogy a gópik kisebb csoportokban vannak,
And these are those gopis who haven't as yet met Krishna.
és ezek azok a gópik, akik még nem találkoztak
And
Krisnával.
that includes Srimati Radharani.
És köztük van Srimati
They're not
Radharani
in
is.
one big group.
Nem
They're
egy nagy csoportban
in
vannak,
smaller groups.
kisebb csoportokban vannak.
And Shukadeva Goswami is telling you what's happening in this group and that group and that.
És Sukadev Goswami pedig meséli nektek, hogy mi történik ebben a csoportban, és abban a csoportban, és abban a csoportban.
And in each one of these groups, there is one gopi who's speaking up,
És mindegyik csoportban van egy gópi, aki megszólal.
addressing the others.
Megszólítja a többieket.
So now we're talking about the group who says this,
Most arról a csoportról beszélünk, aki ezt mondja.
Srimati Radharani's group,
Ez Srimati Radharani csoport.
and then there's a good chance that like Lalita and Vishaka are there,
És jó eséllyel Lalita és Visáká is ott vannak.
and some of the Astasakis you see in our Mayapur temple.
És néhány astasaki is, akiket a Mayapuri templomban láthatunk.
Madhumangal is not there.
Madhumangal nincs ott.
Madhumangal is with Krishna.
Madhumangal Krisnával van.
So he says, they're talking, they're saying, and now we can translate this, that without taking shelter of a great devotee, our desires will never be fulfilled.
És ezt mondják, hogy anélkül, hogy menedéket keresnénk egy nagy baktánál, a vágyaink sosem fognak beteljesülni.
So we want to meet Krishna.
Akarunk találkozni Krisnával,
Unless we have the blessings of a great devotee, it's not going to be
de ha
possible.
nem kapjuk meg egy nagy bakta áldását, ez nem lesz lehetséges.
Now, we've heard from Gargi,
Gargitól hallottuk,
she's the daughter of Gargamuni.
aki Gargamóninak a lánya.
We've heard about Krishna's devotees, and we've heard that this Govardhana Hill is the best devotee.
Hallottunk tőle Krishna baktáiról, és azt is hallottuk, hogy ez a Govardhana hegy a legjobb bakta.
So we should go there.
Menjünk oda.
Now, acharyas say that they're near Govardhan Hill,
Az ácsiárek azt mondják, hogy a Govardhan hegy közelében voltak.
that they can actually see Govardhan Hill.
Látják a Govardhan hegyet.
Now, if these gopis haven't met Krishna as yet, they're probably in Barshana,
Ezek a gopik még nem találkoztak Krisnával, valószínűleg Varsanában vannak.
because they're in their Kaishore age, and that's where that's where Srimati Radharani is.
Mert a Kajsor korban vannak, és akkor ott van Srimati Radharani.
So, in beginning, she's in Raval,
Először Ravalban van,
girlhood,
kislánykorában,
then when childhood,
gyerekkorában,
girlhood, she's in a place called Vasati,
kislánykorában a Vasati nevű helyen van,
and then she's in Barshana from the beginning of Kaishore.
és aztán a Kajsor kezdetéből Varsanában van.
Adolescence or teenage.
Serdülőkoráig, tínédzser koráig.
And then when she gets married at 12 years of age.
És 12 évesen megházasodik.
Then she moves to Javat.
És akkor Javatba megy.
She lives there in the jail.
Ott lakik egy börtönben.
At least that's how she considers it.
Legalábbis ő úgy észleli.
So now how can they see?
Hogy láthatják?
Well, one thing is, now you've heard that Govardhan Hill was, to Govardhan Hill from Mathura was 16 miles.
Ugye az volt, hogy 25 kilométer Govardhan hegy és Mathura távolsága.
16 miles is around 21-22 kilometers.
16 mérföld az 21-22 kilométer.
So it said that Govardhan Hill was so high in Krishna's time that it cast a shadow on Kamsa's palace.
Azt mondják, hogy a Govardhan hegy olyan magas volt Krishna idejében, hogy árnyékot vetett Kamsa palotájára.
So any of you who are good in geometry, then it's 16 kilometers.
Ha valakinek jól megy a geometria, akkor ki tudja számolni.
So the answer is that she was tall. He was tall.
A válasz az, hogy magas volt.
Geometry, trigonometry. And so that way from Varsana you could see.
Tehát így Varsanában is lehetett látni.
Now it's just very small.
Most nagyon alacsony.
30 meters at the most.
Legmagasabb helyen 30 méter magas.
So I say, let's go and bathe in Manasa Ganga.
Tehát azt mondták, hogy menjünk és fürödjünk meg a Manasa
When you
Gangába.
go to a holy place, you always bathe.
Hogyha valaki szent helyre megy, mindig megfürdik.
When you go to Puri, you bathe in the ocean.
Puriba mész, megfürdesz az óceánba.
Mayapur, you bathe in the Ganga.
Mayapurban megfürdesz a Gangesben.
Giriraj, you bathe in Manasa Ganga.
Girirajhoz mész, megfürdesz a
Take
Manasa
darshan of
Gangában.
Haridev, the presiding deity of that place.
Megnézzük Haridévát, ennek a helynek az uralkodó istenségét.
Now, it seems like Haridev was already there.
Úgy tűnik, hogy Haridéva már ott volt.
Certainly, even our elders will not object to this.
Biztos, hogy a feljebb valóink nem fogják ezt ellenezni.
Moreover, Krishna is playing on the slope of Govardhan Hill.
Sőt, Krishna a Govardhan lejtőn játszik.
So they must have heard that.
Biztos, hogy erről hallottak.
I mean, it's a good distance. Seeing Krishna at that distance would be quite something.
Jó, messze voltak, úgyhogy ilyen távolról látni Krishnát,
So that's their plan.
ez volt a tervük.
And now the gopis glorify Govardhan Hill.
És aztán a gópik dicsőítik a Govardhan hegyet.
Because they figure that by the blessings of Govardhan Hill, we will be able to see Krishna.
Mert azt gondolják, hogy a Govardhan hegy kegyéből meg fogjuk tudni pillantani
So,
Krishnát.
hanta, oh. So it's an expression of both joy and amazement.
Ez a hanta szó, ez egyszerre az örömnek és a csodálatnak is a kifejeződése.
They're really amazed. Now,
Meg vannak nyűgözve.
I'm just going to tell you who is speaking this verse.
Elmondom nektek, hogy ki mondja ezt a verset.
Someone knows?
Valaki tudja?
Who's speaking?
Srimati Radharani.
Yes, Srimati Radharani. Raghunath Das Goswami in his Govardhan,
Vásza, Prártana, Dasaka. Govardhan,
long, say it,
Govardhan, Vásza, Prártana, Dasaka.
yes. In that prayer, which we've sung,
Ebben az imában, amit már énekeltünk,
Nirupadi Karunena, Sri Satchinandanena, Tvai Kapati Satopi. So, and devotees sing one of those verses, at least that one.
bakták éneklik ebből az egyik verset, legalább ezt.
In another verse, which we're going to come to,
Egy másik versben, amiről majd lesz szó,
Raghunath Das Goswami says that Srimati Radharani speaks this verse.
Raghunath Das Goswami azt mondja, hogy Srimati Radharani mondja ezt a verset.
Very amazed at Giriraj Govardhan. This is so wonderful.
Csodálja a Giriraj Govardhant, hogy milyen csodálatos.
So, Hantayam, Hanta, Ayam, this.
Tehát hantájam, aztán a hanta után jön az ajam, ami azt jelenti, hogy ez.
Now these are all different acharyas speaking.
Itt különböző ácsárják beszélnek.
Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Vishwanath. And they're pointing. They said that they're pointing to Giriraj.
És mondják, hogy rámutatnak Girirajra,
Hantayam, they're pointing with their fingers.
az ujjukkal mutatnak,
Since they live near Govardhan,
mivel a Govardhan közelébe laknak.
if they try to say they live near Govardhan, they live near Govardhan.
Az ácsárják azt mondják, hogy a Govardhan közelébe laknak, akkor a Govardhan közelébe laknak.
So they're close to Govardhan and they're pointing at him.
Közel vannak Govardhanhoz, és rámutatnak.
Now they say this is one of the essences of the verse.
És a versnek ez az egyik lényege,
Haridasa Varya.
azt mondják, hogy Haridasa Varja.
So now here's the best of the servants of Hari.
Itt van Hari szolgái közül a legkiválóbb.
Hari Dasa Varya. So Hari, you know what Hari means.
Mindenki tudja, hogy Hari mit jelent.
Okay, so Hari, Das, we all know, Hari Dasa Varya. And Varya means the best.
Varja azt jelenti, hogy a legjobb.
So this is the best of the servants of Lord Hari.
Tehát ő Hari legjobb szolgája.
And Hari means someone who takes away everybody's sins.
És Hari azt jelenti, aki elveszi mindenkinek a bűnét.
Which means if Hari takes away everybody's sins, then Govardhan takes everybody's sins.
Ami azt jelenti, hogy ha Hari elveszi mindenkinek a bűneit, akkor Govardhan is elveszi mindenkinek a bűneit.
All right, what is the evidence that he is Haridasa Varya?
Mi a bizonyíték arra, hogy ő a Haridasa Varja?
But that's a tall order when you say, this is the best devotee.
Ez magasra teszi a lécet, amikor valakire azt mondod, hogy ő a legjobb bakta.
Prabhupada would say things like that. He called, I'm sorry, since COVID, my memory's even worse than before.
A Covid óta a memóriám rosszabb, mint korábban.
Especially names.
Főleg neveket illetően.
Anyway, he called one of my godbrothers, you are the emperor of Kirtan.
Volt egy bakta, egyik istentestvérem, akit úgy hívott, mint a Kirtan császára.
Another one was the incarnation of book distribution.
Egy másikat a könyvosztás inkarnációjának nevezett.
We're thinking, wow, I mean in ISKCON we've even got incarnations.
ISKCON-ban valakire azt mondja, ez inkarnáció.
Well, Prabhupada said something, we just took it literally.
Prabhupád mondott valamit, mi azt szó szerint vettük.
And Prabhupada said, you are the best devotee.
Prabhupád szoktam mondani, hogy te vagy a legjobb bakta.
What about me, Prabhupada?
Na és én?
You're also the best devotee.
Te is a legjobb bakta vagy.
Everybody's the best devotee.
Mindenki a legjobb bakta.
But here I'm saying now, Haridasa Varya, he's the best devotee.
De itt ezt mondják, hogy Haridasa Varya, ő a legjobb bakta.
So, why? Because the touch of Krishna and Balaram's lotus feet manifests extraordinary symptoms of ecstasy.
Miért? Mert amikor Krishna és Balarám lótuszlábai megérintik őt, akkor az extázis szimptomáit nyilvánítja.
Rama Krishna Charana. So there is the charan, the feet of Rama and Krishna.
Ott van Ráma és Krishna lába.
Sparasha, and he gets the touch.
Sparasa is megérintik.
So having Krishna walk on you.
Akkor Krishna rajtad jár.
So there's very little chance that that will ever happen to us.
Nagyon kicsi esélye van, hogy ez velünk meg fog történni.
It's not sort of a customary pastime of Krishna to walk on his devotees.
Ez nem egy ilyen szokásos ketterése Krishnának, hogy a baktáin járkál.
Sometimes there's a Vedic sign of affection where the woman actually holds the husband or man's feet to her chest.
Van a szeretetnek egy ilyen védikus megnyilvánulása, hogy a feleség a férnek a lábát a mellkasán tartja.
And so that's, you see pictures of Lakshmi Devi, and she's sitting at the lotus feet of Mahavishnu.
Látunk képeket Lakshmi Deviről, ahogy Mahavishnu lábánál ül.
So sometimes hold the feet to the chest.
És néha a lábát a mellkasához fogja.
Or to their heart.
A szívéhez.
But here, Krishna is actually walking, dancing, running, playing.
Krishna jár, lépked, táncol, fut.
Along with Balaram.
Balarámmal együtt.
So he's not ordinary, obviously.
Nyilvánvalóan nem közönséges.
And so sparsha pramodat, he becomes ecstatic.
És extatikussá válik.
Moda, pramoda. Pramoda means especially jubilant.
Móda, és aztán pramóda, hogy különlegesen boldog.
Okay, so what happens? Well, here in the bottom line, it says, Pani asuya vasa kandara kandamulai. The grass, there's grass on the body.
Van a fű a testén.
That's his hair, which is standing on end.
Azok az ő szőrszálai, amelyek így felállnak.
And the water that's trickling down from different waterfalls, these are the perspiration and ecstasy.
És a víz, ami csordogál a különböző vízesésektől, az az izzadsága az extázistól.
And then you can see that he's tanoti, he's offering respect not only to Krishna and Balaram.
És látjuk, hogy tanóti nem csak Krishnának és Balarámnak ajánlja a tiszteletét.
Here it says go, but cows.
Azt mondja, go a teheneknek.
Buffaloes and goats are also there.
És vannak ott bivajok és kecskék is.
And others.
És mások.
I don't know what the others are, but buffaloes and goats we know about. The Rupa Goswami writes about them.
Bivajokról és kecskékről tudunk, mert Rupa Goswami ír róluk.
Gajaras, these are keepers of goats and sheep.
Gágyarák, azok, akik
And
bivajokat és kecskéket
they live on the border of Braj.
Vraja határán élnek.
Braj and Mathura.
Vraja és Mathura.
And yeah, Brajbasis, they keep buffaloes also.
Brijbászik is tartanak bivajokat.
So, and they offer Krishna all these items of worship.
És különböző kellékeket ajánl fel Krishna
So
imádatára.
Krishna is present, and Giriraj, with all of his natural wealth, these are actually his ecstatic symptoms with which he's pleasing and serving Krishna and the cowherd boys.
És Krishna a természetes kincseivel örömet okoz Krishnának és a tehénpásztor
There's
fiúknak.
water there for drinking,
Van víz, amit lehet inni,
honey, and sugarcane juice.
méz és cukornádlé.
No, I'm not quite sure whether this is sugarcane juice is already flowing or there's just sugarcane there and they make it.
Nem vagyok biztos benne, hogy ott folyik a cukornádlé, vagy cukornád van, és abból készítik.
You know, one of the oceans is an ocean of sugarcane
Tudjátok,
juice.
hogy az egyik óceán, ez a cukornádlé
There
óceán.
may also be some waterfalls or some lakes on Giriraj, which is just sugarcane juice,
Lehet, hogy Girirájon is van olyan vízesés, ami csak cukornádléből van.
which is very good for it's very good for your liver.
Hogy nagyon jót tesz a májnak.
It's sweet as anything,
Rettenetesen édes.
and preferably it should be with spices and so.
Általában fűszerekkel jó,
But it's very good for the liver
de nagyon jót tesz a májnak.
when you go to Vrindavan
Amikor Vrindávonba
or
mentek,
Mayapur.
Mayapurba.
He offers suyavas,
És
excellent grass.
szújavászát, kiváló friss füvet ajánl.
I started actually reading Venu Gita,
Elkezdtem olvasni a Vénugitát,
Venu Gita that I wrote.
azt a Vénugitát, amit én írtam.
I was amazed.
Le voltam nyűgözve.
It's great.
Olyan jó.
There's 2 chapters on Giriraj. I didn't have time to read them all.
Van 2 fejezet Girirajról, nem volt időm végigolvasni.
I thought I would just sort of read from there, but it's really detailed.
Gondoltam, hogy majd onnan olvasok, de nagyon részletes.
But I remember something that I didn't find here was that someone had said that the sun god brings his horses to graze on the top of Govardhana hill.
De olvastam ezt, hogy a napisten hozza a lovait, hogy legeljenek a Govardhana-hegy
The
tetején.
grass is so nice,
A fű olyan finom,
and that's why Krishna likes to bring the cows here, because, you know, nice grass means nice milk.
ezért szereti Krishna idehozni a teheneket, mert a jó fű az azt jelenti, hogy jó
Oh,
tehén.
Giriraj has come back. Jai Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Govardhan Lal ki jai. Govardhan Lal ki jai. Jai Jai Shri Shri Radhe Sound. So Suyavas is very, very special grass.
A szújavásza, ez nagyon különleges fű.
Or su can also mean some various products like fruits and flowers.
Vagy ez a szú azt is jelentheti, hogy a gyümölcsökből és virágokból különböző termékek.
And there's these caves,
És aztán vannak a barlangok,
and in those caves there are beds.
és a barlangokban vannak ágyak.
Beds means that there's very raised platforms of stone,
Vagyis ilyen emelvények kőből,
and the stone is very soft. It's like mattress.
és a kő nagyon puha, mint egy matrac.
It's what's that good mattress?
Tempur.
Tempur, yeah, tempur. It's really so they have the very, very, very soft, and same thing for pillows. They just take a big stone and it's soft like a pillow.
Nagyon puha, és akkor párnának csak fognak egy nagy követ, és olyan puha, mint egy
And
párna.
there are lamps which are actually just different gems.
És vannak lámpák, amik valójában csak drága kövek.
And the light that comes in from the entrance of the cave shines in these gems, so they're just like lamps.
És a fény, ami bejön a barlang bejáratán, az így visszatükröződik, csillog
And
ezeken
there's
a
different seats
drága köveken.
and also
És
mirrors.
vannak különböző ülőhelyek és tükrök.
I don't know how the mirror, but there's silver in there, but this is all inside the caves.
Nem tudom pont a tükrök, hogy vannak, hogy ezüst van-e ott, de ez mind bent van a
Real
barlangban.
beautiful 7-star, 10-star hospitality that Giriraj
Csodálatos,
gives.
7 csillagos, 10 csillagos vendéglátást nyújt
We'll
Giriraj.
talk about these caves later
Majd a
on.
barlangokról később
And then there's
beszélünk.
different root vegetables, different types of roots.
És vannak különböző gyökerek, zöldségek.
So, and of course this is Krishna, Balaram, but there's the cowherd boys.
És persze van Krishna és Balarám, de vannak a tehénpásztor
And
fiúk is.
pleasing Krishna's friends is more important to Krishna than pleasing him.
Krishnának fontosabb, hogy a barátai elégedettek legyenek, mint hogy ő elégedett
So,
legyen.
Govardhan Hill is rendering all these types of extraordinary service.
És a Govardhan-hegy ilyen rendkívüli szolgálatokat ajánl.
And not just Krishna and Balaram, but Krishna and the cowherd boys and the cows.
És nem csak Krishna és Balarám, de Krishna és a tehénpásztor fiúk és a tehenek.
And he does something that he's serving Krishna with his body,
És ő a testével szolgálja Krishnát.
with the items and limbs of his body.
A testének a részeivel.
Only the gopis sort of come close to that in a sense.
Csak a gópik jönnek valamilyen tekintetben ennek a
So,
közelébe.
Giriraj is really very, very unique.
Giriraj nagyon-nagyon egyedülálló.
Now you could say there are other hills, for instance, there's Barshana, there's Nandagram, Barshana is Lord Brahma, and Nandagram is Lord Shiva.
Ugye mondhatjuk, hogy vannak más hegyek is, mint például Varsana és Nandagram, ugye Varsana az Úr Brahma, és Nandagram ő az Úr Shiva.
Varshana is also very beautiful. The part where it's not built up, where the village is not built up.
Varsana is nagyon gyönyörű, ahol még a falu nincs kiépítve.
But we never hear this type of glorification.
De sosem hallunk ilyenfajta dicsőítést róla.
Nandagram is fully built. The city goes all up the hill.
Nandagram teljesen be van építve, a város fent felmegy egészen a
So
hegyre.
there's just a city.
Ott csak egy város van.
And this statement is not just Srimati Radharani speaking.
És ezt a kijelentést nem csak Srimati Radharani teszi,
But of course it's in Srimad Bhagavatam.
hanem a Srimad Bhagavatamban van.
And in Srimad Bhagavatam, there's also references to other devotees.
És a Srimad Bhagavatamban van utalás más baktákra is.
But they're never referred to as Bharya.
De sosincs úgy utalva rájuk, hogy varja,
They're never referred to as the best.
mint a legjobb.
They're just referred to as devotees.
Csak úgy van utalva rájuk, hogy bakták.
Now some example is Yudhishthira Maharaj.
Az egyik példa Yudhishthira Maharaj.
So there's this verse that says, Haridasya Raja She Raja Shuya Mahodayan. So this is how Yudhishthira Maharaj, here he's called Haridasya.
Egy versben úgy hívják Yudhishthira Maharajot, hogy Haridásza.
So he's the servant of Hari.
Vagyis, hogy ő Hari szolgája.
But just Haridas,
De csak Haridásza.
not Haridasa Varya.
Nem Haridásza varja.
And Uddhava is also described
Udavára is van ilyen utalás.
when he comes to Vrindavan and talks about Krishna's pastimes.
Amikor Vrindavanba jön és beszél Krishna ketteléseiről.
Haridaso Vrajokasam. So he also comes here. Uddhava came to Vrindavan,
Így Udava eljött Vrindavanba.
but called also Haridas.
És őt is Haridászának hívták.
So of these three, only he is called Haridasa Varya. He's the best.
A három közül csak Govardhant hívják Haridásza varjának, a legjobbnak.
And of course, who's also speaking? Srimati Radharani is
És
speaking.
persze ki beszél? Srimati Radharani beszél.
So she is the authority.
Ő a tekintély.
Now, Abala.
Aztán Abala.
Hantayar Adir Abala. Oh, friends, it's translated as.
Ó, barátaim,
But
így fordítják.
Bala means strength.
De Bala azt jelenti, hogy erő.
Balaram.
Balaráma.
So he's very, very strong.
Nagyon erős.
Abala means just the opposite. Means
Abala?
he's very weak.
Az ellentéte azt jelenti, hogy nagyon gyenge.
So sometimes women are called the fair sex
Néha a nőket a gyengébbik nemnek hívják.
or weaker.
Gyengébb.
And generally that's the case.
És általában ez így van.
So that's why they're also referred to as being abala or weak.
Ezért szerepel itt ez a szó, hogy abalá, vagyis hogy gyengé.
But they're also saying abala is that they don't have any strength,
Abala azt is jelenti, hogy nincs erejük.
meaning that they're very unfortunate.
Ami azt is jelenti, hogy nagyon szerencsétlenek.
Why are they unfortunate?
Miért szerencsétlenek?
Because there goes Krishna and Balaram on Govardhana Hill, and here we are. We don't have such a privilege.
Most Krishna és Balarám ott vannak a Govardhana hegyen, és mi nem vagyunk ilyen szerencsések.
So they're very much bewildered by love.
Nagyon megzavarodnak a szeretettől.
A state of bewilderment, it comes at the stage of anurag.
A zavarodottság állapota az anurágáig jut.
So these are anuragi gopis. They're completely bewildered by love.
Ők anurági gópik, akik teljesen meg vannak zavarodva a szeretettől.
And they say, we're so unfortunate because we can't render that type of service that Giriraj is rendering.
Azt mondják, hogy olyan szerencsétlenek vagyunk, mert mi nem tudunk olyan szolgálatot ajánlani, mint amilyet
we're
Giriraj.
very fortunate. And there he is, Rama Krishna Charana Sparsha Pramoda. Asparsha Pramoda. So you see, Rama Krishna Charana, we spoke of there by the touch, he becomes very jubilant. He becomes very joyful by the touch of Krishna and Balaram's lotus feet.
És már ezt említettük, hogy Krishna és Balarám lótuszlábának az érintésétől nagyon boldog.
Now there's a lot of ways to understand this.
Ezt sokféleképpen lehet értelmezni.
And especially Sanatana Goswami, he is like the acharya of alternatives.
Sanatana Goswami, ő az alternatív megértéseknek az ácsárjája.
He says it could be like this, it could be like that, it could also be like this, it could also be like that.
Szóval lehetne így, és lehet úgy, és lehet úgy is, és lehet úgy is.
And when he does this, and he does this often, you end up with this question, well, which one is it?
És amikor ezt csinálja, akkor sokszor az a kérdés, és ezt sokszor csinálja, az a kérdés merül fel, hogy na de most akkor melyik?
Or is it all of them?
Vagy akkor mindegyik?
So are they just saying alternative ways of understanding Sanskrit, or are they actually saying things are happening in a different way, in different dimensions?
Tehát csak a szanszkrit megértésének különböző módozatairól van szó, vagy tényleg itt a mindegyik dimenzió érvényes?
This group of gopis may mean this.
Ez a gopi csoport értheti így, amit
Another
mond.
group of gopis may mean something different.
Lehet, hogy egy másik gopi csoport valami mást
And
ért ez
another
alatt.
may mean something different.
És egy harmadik gopi csoport megint mást ért
And
alatta.
for them, it's all the same reality.
És számukra ez ugyanaz a valóság,
And therefore it is also happening.
és ezért mindegyik történik.
Let's see.
Nézzük.
Okay, another one is that Krishna's feet give Rama happiness to the entire world.
Egy másik megértés az, hogy Krishna lábai, Ráma boldogságot okoznak az egész világnak.
Giriraj is on the planet.
Krishna a földön van.
No, Giriraj is on the
Bocsánat,
planet.
Giriraj a földön van.
Krishna is on Giriraj.
Krishna Girirajon van.
That means the earth is also having the benefit of that touch.
Ami azt jelenti, hogy a föld is részesül ebben az érintésben.
Or Achara, Krishna is always having many wonderful sports.
Vagy hogy Krishna mindig csodálatos kefteléseket
So he
élvez.
enjoys many sports on Govardhana Hill.
Sokféle játékot élvez.
Because charana means lotus feet, and charan also means playing.
Char from char.
Yeah.
Charana azt jelenti, hogy lótuszláb, de azt is jelentheti, hogy játszani, vagy keftelés.
Or there's another way of understanding,
Vagy egy másik megértés is lehetséges.
which is that Giriraj gives pleasure to Krishna's lotus feet.
Hogy Giriraj örömet okoz Krishna lótuszlábának.
Because wherever he steps, then Giriraj becomes soft like butter.
Mert bárhova is lép Krishna, ott Giriraj olyan puha lesz, mint a vaj.
And if it's warm, then the stone is cool.
És ha meleg van, akkor a kő hűvös.
Or if it's cold, then the stones are warm.
És ha hűvös van, akkor a kő meleg.
So, it's a little different than the Giriraj we're experiencing when we go there.
Kicsit más, mint az a Giriraj, amit mi tapasztalunk, amikor elmegyünk.
So, Krishna's lotus feet are also feeling pleasure.
Tehát Krishna lótuszlába is örömöt tapasztal.
Or there's another way.
Vagy van egy másik mód.
From the touch of Krishna's lotus feet, the stone then actually melts in bliss.
Krishna lótuszlábának az érintésének köszönhetően a kő megolvad a boldogságtól.
There are quite a few. There it is over there. That's from Govardhana Hill.
Ott a jobb oldalt, amit látok, az a Govardhan hegytől
The
van.
footprint over there.
Ott az a lábnyom.
If you've wondered what that brown box is,
Hogyha így tűnődtetek rajta, hogy vajon mi is ez a barna doboz.
It's an imprint of Krishna's
Ez
footprint,
Krishna lábnyoma.
and as you can see, it's quite big.
Látjátok, elég
His
nagy.
feet, lotus feet are quite big,
Krishna lotuszlába elég nagy.
and that's from Govardhan Hill.
És ez a Govardhan hegyről van.
That's up from Kusum Sarovar area.
Kusum Sarovar környékről.
And in many places on Govardhan Hill, there's Krishna's footprints.
És a Govardhan hegyen sok helyen látható Krishna lábnyoma.
So Giriraj does this, and then once Krishna leaves, he hardens.
Giriraj ezt csinálja, és amikor Krishna elmegy, akkor így megkeményedik.
That's how we can then see Krishna's lotus feet.
Így tudjuk mi látni Krishna lótuszlábát.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have the good fortune of seeing Krishna's lotus feet.
Máskülönben nem lenne ez a nagy szerencsénk, hogy láthatjuk Krishna
So that's
lótuszlábát.
another way of understanding Rama Krishna Charana Sparsha Pramoda. Or
Így is
there's,
lehet érteni ezt a
or there's
összetételt.
another meaning.
Vagy van egy másik jelentés.
Krishna's playful behavior, Charana,
Krishna játékos viselkedése, csarana,
the games that they play,
a játékok, amit
is
játszanak,
enchanting Rama
elbűvöli Ráma
for the entire world.
az egész
In
világot.
other words, the type of games that they play are like extraordinary.
Vagyis, hogy azok a játékok, amiket játszanak, nagyon különlegesek.
Or
Vagy
Govardhan takes great pleasure.
Govardhan nagy örömét leli,
Pramoda.
Pramoda.
I hope that you're all taking great pramoda, pleasure,
Remélem, hogy ti is nagy pramódát,
from
örömet
hearing about
tapasztaltok.
Ramakrishna Charana, Ramakrishna's lotus feet.
Úgy hallottok Ráma Krishna lótuszlábáról.
That's another one.
Ez egy
But
másik.
Govardhan takes great pleasure, pramoda,
De Govardhan nagy örömét leli, Pramoda,
in helping Krishna reveal his pastimes
ahogy segíti, hogy Krishna megnyilvánítsa a
and bring
ketteléseit,
everyone in contact, sparasha, with his lotus feet.
és mindenkit kapcsolatba hozzon Sparasa az ő lótuszlábával.
Or
Vagy
Rama has three meanings:
Rámának van 3 jelentése.
blue,
Kék,
beautiful,
gyönyörű,
white.
fehér.
So the mountain becomes joyful at the touch of Krishna's feet, which are feet of Krishna, which are most beautiful.
Vagyis, hogy a hegy boldoggá válik, amikor Krishna lába, ami nagyon gyönyörű, Ráma, megérinti őt.
Or
Vagy
Govardhan takes pleasure in supplying sparsha opportunities for playful Rama, Krishna's activities, charana. In other words, Giriraj is blissful, he's in bliss because he can offer so many playgrounds to Krishna.
Vagy másik jelentés, hogy Govardhan örömét leli abban, hogy ellátja Sparasa a játék Ráma lehetőségeivel Krishna cselekedeteit.
Or sparsha also means to give.
Sparasa azt is jelenti, hogy adni.
So Giriraj is always anxious to encourage Krishna's pastimes.
Vagyis Giriraj mindig nagyon vágyik arra, hogy bátorítsa Krishna ketteléseit.
Or
Vagy
Govardhan gives bliss to Krishna,
Govardhan örömet okoz Krishnának,
to us and to the world by supplying opportunities for Krishna's pastimes. In other words, we become blissful that Krishna is there and enjoying pastimes at Govardhan Hill.
vagy nekünk és a világnak azáltal, hogy Krishna ketteléseinek lehetőséget nyújt, vagyis így boldogát tesz bennünket is azzal, hogy Krishna ott élvezi a ketteléseit a Govardhan hegyen. Vagy
the touch of Giriraj is as pleasurable as touching Krishna's lotus feet.
Vagy, hogy Girirajnak az érintése ugyanolyan örömteli, mint Krishna lótuszlábának az
Or you
érintése.
get as much bliss or pleasure by touching Giriraj as you do by touching Krishna's lotus.
Ugyanolyan boldogságot tudsz tapasztalni Giriraj megérintésével, mint Krishna lótuszlábának a
So
megérintésével.
touching Giriraj is like touching Krishna's feet.
Megérinteni Girirajot olyan, mint megérinteni Krishna lábát.
Or,
Lótuszlábát. Vagy,
this is the last one.
ez az utolsó,
This is only from 3 acharyas. We could have went to others and see
Csak
what
3
they had to
ácsáriát
say.
említek, lehetne több.
Or contacting Krishna's loaded feet causes Govardhan to display symptoms of ecstasy, such as those that we mentioned.
Vagy Krishna lótuszlábának az érintése azt okozza, hogy Govardhan megnyilvánítja az extázis szimptomáit, amiket már említettünk.
For the gopis, there's a conclusion of all of this.
A gopik mindebből levonnak egy konklúziót.
We can't do any of these things.
Mi ezt nem tudjuk csinálni.
Therefore, we are condemned.
Ezért mi halára vagyunk
They
ítélve.
become really, really upset.
Nagyon-nagyon ki vannak bukva.
So even though and this is humility, and so they experience this great symptoms of dainya, which is humility.
És itt tapasztalják a dhanyát, ami az alázat, ennek a szimptomái.
Although they're so qualified.
Pedig annyira képesítettek.
Srimati Radharani is speaking. Still he thinks I'm completely inadequate.
Srimati Radharani beszél, és azt gondolja, hogy én teljesen alkalmatlan vagyok.
So it's again a different type of humility than what we feel.
Ez egy másfajta alázat, mint amit mi érzünk.
It's something that corresponds to love of Krishna.
Ez a Krishna iránti szeretettel függ össze.
But it's something that we should emulate.
De egy olyan dolog, amit el kellene
So
sajátítani.
no matter how qualified a devotee is,
Bármennyire képesített is legyen egy bakta,
he should always think, Trinada Pisunichina, I'm the lowest.
mindig gondolja azt magáról, hogy én vagyok a legalacsonyabb rendű.
And he should speak like that, and he should act like that.
És így beszéljen, így cselekedjen.
That qualification really pleases Krishna.
Ez a képesítés igazán elégedetté teszi
And
Krishnát.
that's how and when Krishna gives mercy to a devotee.
És így és ekkor adja Krishna a baktának a
When a
kegyét.
devotee is like, Srila Prabhupada says, when you actually just feel hopeless.
Amikor a bakta igazából reménytelennek érzi magát.
Not hopeless in Tamagun,
Nem tamagunában
but
reménytelennek,
hopeless in Sattvagun,
hanem szatvagunában reménytelennek.
that I'll never achieve it.
És sose fogom elérni
And
ezt.
that, I keep crying for it.
És mindig sírok utána.
I'll never achieve it, but I'll never stop trying to get it.
Sosem fogom elérni, de sosem fogom abba hagyni azt, hogy megpróbáljam elérni.
So then that's when Krishna gives his mercy.
És akkor adja Krishna a kegyét.
So Vitanoti means that he's giving his respect. Giriraj is respecting all of these personalities, Krishna, Rama, cowherd boys, and so on.
Ez a tanóti azt jelenti, hogy mindig a tiszteletét ajánlja mindenkinek, Krishnának.
This refers to his mood of actually approaching Krishna.
Ez a hangulatára utal, amivel megközelíti Krishnát.
So what does respect mean? It
Mit jelent a
means
tisztelet?
servitorship.
Szolgáló hangulat.
So you respect, gopis, even though they may consider themselves completely incompetent, but still they don't have this mood of respect towards Krishna.
A gopik nagyon alkalmatlannak tekintik magukat, de nincs ez a tiszteletteli hangulatú Krishna felé.
So they have this kamatmika bhav. They have this, as Prabhupada called this, lusty feelings.
Nekik kámátmika bávájuk van, amit Prabhupád úgy nevezett, hogy kélyes érzések.
So, but he has tanoti, he has this respectful attitude towards
De van
them.
neki ez a tanóti, ez a tiszteletteli hangulat Girirajsnak Krishna felé.
And as we mentioned, the paniya refers to water and honey.
És hogy említettük, a pánia az a vízre és a mézre utal.
Do the bees voluntarily give the honey, or are there, different adventures relating to getting the honey?
A méhek vajon önként adják az mézüket, vagy különböző kalandok tartoznak ahhoz, hogy a mézet megszerzik?
Suyavas means soft items.
Szújavasza azt jelenti, hogy lágy dolgok.
Soft or nourishing items that produce milk.
Lágy vagy tápláló dolgok, amik tejet hoznak létre.
In other words, not cow's milk, but they produce other types of milk.
Vagyis nem tehéntejet, hanem másfajta tejet.
So you think about things that produce milk.
Gondoljatok dolgokra, amikből jön tej.
Different plants sometimes have their own different type of milk.
Bizonyos növényekből is jön tej.
But you have almond milk and all different types of milk
Mandula tej,
like that.
annyiféle.
Pani Asuva, this is taken the Sanskrit in a different way, means waterfalls.
És ha úgy vesszük, hogy pánia szuva, akkor ez a vízesést is jelent.
Pani Bhuva means water and pleasant places for sitting.
Pánia buva pedig vizet jelent, illetve kellemes ülőhelyeket.
Beautiful waterfalls.
Gyönyörű vízesések
And they
vannak.
stand under the waterfalls when it's warm.
Állhatunk a vízesések alatt a melegben,
Cool off like that.
és lehet úgy
And they
hűlni,
play by splashing.
és
That's
játszanak,
like
fröcskölnek.
a standard game. In Kandara, I've already spoken about the
És a
caves.
kandoráról, a barlangokról már
So they
beszéltem.
provide all of those things. And Tayo,
És aztán tajó,
he's approached with respect because we always, and Krishna's lotus feet are mentioned, because whenever we approach Krishna, we always start with the lotus feet.
és Krishna lótuszlába említve van, mert mindig, amikor Krishnával elkezdünk foglalkozni, akkor mindig a lótuszlábbal kezdjük.
So Sukadeva Goswami, when he talks about the yogis meditating on the super soul, then the meditation always starts at the lotus
Mikor
feet.
Sukadeva Goswami a felső lelken való meditációról beszél, akkor mindig a lótuszlábánál kezd.
So it's in the plural form, tayo, instead of tasya, because it refers to the two lotus feet.
És ez a tajósz, ez kettes számban van, mert a 2 lótuszlábra
Or
utal.
actually the 4 lotus feet.
Igazából 4 lótuszlábra.
Balaram has lotus feet.
Balarámnak is van lótuszlába.
In fact, the cowherd boys have lotus feet also.
Tehénpásztorfiúknak is vannak lótuszlábai.
And the cows have lotus hooves.
És a teheneknek van lótuszpatájuk.
So, Srila Prabhupada once quotes Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and calls it, he says, this is the opulences of Giriraj.
Srila Prabhupád Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakurt idézve azt mondja, hogy ez Giriraj fensége.
This is in Caitanya Charitamrita
Ez
Prabhupada.
a Caitanya Charitamritában mondja Prabhupád.
Panya refers to the fragrant, cool water gushing from Govardhana's waterfalls, which Krishna and Balaram drink and used to wash their feet and mouth, and tasty beverages such as honey, mango juice, and pilu juice.
Pánia az illatos, hűvös vízre utal, ami Govardhan vízeséseiből jön, amit Krishna és Balarám megisznak, és használnak arra, hogy megmossák a lábukat és a szájukat. És ízletes italokra is utal, mint például a méz, a mangolé és a pilulé.
Suyavasa refers to durva grass used in making ritualistic hand wash, argya, and soft and succulent grasses which nourish the cows and increase milk production.
A szújavasza a durváfűre utal, amit használnak a rituális kézmosásnál, argyára, és puha és ilyen dús fűre, ami táplálja a teheneket, és ezáltal fokozza a tejtermelésüket.
Krishna, Balaram, and the boys play, sit, and lie down in Govardhan's many caves, Kandara, which gives pleasure when the weather is too hot or cold or when it rains.
Krishna és Balarám és a fiúk játszanak, ülnek, lefekszenek Govardhan sok barlangjába, Kandara, amelyek örömet okoznak, amikor az időjárás túl meleg, vagy hideg, vagy esik az eső.
I've only seen one cave of Govardhan Hill,
Én csak egy barlangot láttam a Govardhan hegyen,
and that's now sort of been hidden because it's been built around it.
és ez nem annyira rejtett, mert köré építettek,
And that was Raghavacharya's cave,
ami Rágavácsárjának a barlangja.
Manikundala cave it's called.
Úgy hívják, hogy Manikundala barlang.
Anybody been down there?
Volt valaki ott lenn?
You been down inside it? We used to go inside.
Beszoktunk menni.
It's quite claustrophobic.
Elég klaustrofóbiás.
It's not like a big cave.
Nem egy nagy barlang.
And there were no beds, and there was no light.
Nem voltak ágyak, nem voltak fények.
But you know, pastimes describe that Radha and Krishna used to go in there.
De a kettelések leírják, hogy Ráda és Krishna beszoktak oda menni.
And another cave. Well, there's another cave.
És van egy másik barlang.
That's on the other side, but it's quite far away, and that's by Narayana Sarovara.
Ami messzebb van, a másik oldalon Narayan Sarovaránál.
By the village of, what's it called? Anyway, that's where Krishna, there's a cave, that's where Krishna actually entered to go under Govardhana hill and then went all the way underneath. That was quite far. It's like 2 kilometers away from Giriraj now.
Az a falu, ahonnan Krishna bement igazából a Govardhana-hegy alákról, 2 kilométerre van most Govardhana.
What's it called? Where it showed the Chaturabhuj form? Paita.
Paita.
That's one name of it.
Paita az egyik neve.
And so Krishna went in the cave there, and so you can imagine, Krishna was much higher at that time, and he went all the way underneath, and that's how he got under Giriraj. He didn't go beside it and pick it up like this.
Tehát Krishna egy ilyen alagúton ment be, egy ilyen barlang bejáraton, egy alagúton ment a hegy alá, és úgy emelte fel a Govardhana-hegyet, nem az volt, hogy odaállt mellé, és alá nyúlt, és felemelte.
But you can't go in there because there's this big poisonous snake that lives in
De
there.
nem lehet bemenni oda, mert egy nagy mérges kígyó lakik ott.
And Krishna, Balaram, and the boys play, sit, and lie down in Govardhana's many caves, Kandara, which gives... Oh, I read that. Govardhana also offers soft edibles, roots, jewels to decorate the body, flat rocks for sitting, and mirrors in the form of smooth stones.
Govardhan szintén felajánl puha ehető gyökereket, drága köveket, amikkel díszítheti valaki a testét, vannak ilyen lapos sziklák, amikre ülni lehet, és tükrök az ilyen nagyon sima köveknek a formájában.
There are stones there are certain stones that were used as drums.
Vannak olyan kövek, amiket dobnak használtak.
I mean, I would imagine they sounded like drums.
Gondolom, hogy úgy hangzottak, mint a dob.
There, and I forget what the name is.
Ott vannak, van valamilyen nevük, elfelejtettem.
There's different, you know, there's a stone on top with Balaram's footprint.
Van egy kő fent Balarám lábnyomával.
Of course, we can't go up on the hill.
Persze nem tudunk fölmenni a hegyre.
But that's Balaram's print, and his crown fell down, and there's the imprint in a stone.
Ugye a koronája legurult, és ott bele van egy ilyen lenyomata egy kőben.
Many places where Krishna's clothes.
Sok hely van, ahol Krishnának a ruhája.
Or gopis, they hang out their clothes to dry, and the imprint is in the stone.
Leterítették a ruhájukat, hogy megszáradjon, és így bele nyomódott a kőbe.
So here, Rama Krishna.
Itt látjuk ezt a Rama Krishna szó.
Gopis say that word.
Ezt mondják a gópik.
Is everyone okay? Yeah, we're on 2 hours now.
Megvan mindenki? Már 2 órája megyünk.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Now from the point of view of rasa or mellow.
Most a rasa, vagyis az ízek, a kapcsolatok szempontjából.
The gopis wouldn't necessarily point out Lord Balaram.
A gopik nem igazán mutatnának rá így az Úr Balarámra.
They're very, you know, he's the elder brother.
Ő a báty.
So he's almost in a position of father.
Szinte már az apának a hangulatában, a
So
helyzetében van.
them having this type of relationship with Krishna is not really appropriate.
És hogy ilyen kapcsolatuk van Krishnával, az nem olyan helytálló.
So Ramakrishna Charana Pramodat, so then why Ramakrishna, although the translation says that?
Akkor miért Ráma Krishna? Miért mondja ezt a fordítást?
Anyway, they're saying it, but it actually hides their real feelings.
Ezt mondják, de igazából ezzel elrejtik a valódi
For the
érzéseiket.
gopis, Rama means Krishna,
A gópik számára a Ráma Krishnát jelenti.
right? Rama means Krishna.
Ráma Krishnát
I
jelenti.
mean, we chant Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari.
Ugye ezt
Talking
csapázzuk,
about
énekeljük.
Krishna.
Krishnára gondolunk.
So they're also talking about Krishna.
Ők is Krishnára gondolnak.
Krishna, Krishna. When they say Rama Krishna Charana, it means Krishna, Krishna Charana.
Amikor azt mondják,
Prama.
hogy Ráma Krishna Charana, az azt jelenti, hogy Krishna Krishna Charana.
Or that Krishna is Ramaniya,
Vagy azt jelenti, hogy Krishna Ramaniya.
he's very charming,
Nagyon elbűvölő,
he's very attractive,
nagyon vonzó.
and he's also Ramanam,
És ő Ramanam is,
or he's the source of very intimate enjoyment.
vagy az intim élvezet forrása.
And that by the touch of Krishna's feet, so much joy or Rama springs up in their hearts.
És hogy Krishna lábának az érintésétől olyan nagy öröm nyilvánul meg a szívükben.
So when in his other prayer, Raghunath Das Goswami prayers, what is always the last line?
Mi mindig az utolsó sor a Raghunath Das Goswami imájának. Nija nikata nivásam.
Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastvam. Okay, this is something everybody's got to learn today.
Ezt ma mindenkinek meg kell tanulnia.
Okay. Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastvam. Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastvam. Nija nikata nivas. Nija means close.
Nija means own. Own. His own
Oh,
nearness.
Nija. Oh yes, Nija. Nikata, residence.
Nikata is close,
Close.
proximity.
Proximity. You can see what a great scholar I am. And nivasa
Means residence.
means residence. Please give me Nija Nikata Nivasa. Then
Nija nikata nivasa dehi govardhana
Dehi
tvam.
Govardhanastvam. So please give me residence near you. Vaishnavas want residence. Now the gopis, it is said that they're already near to Giriraj.
Tehát itt azt mondták, hogy ők már Giriraj
So
közelében
they're
vannak.
living close to Giriraj.
Közel laknak Girirajhoz.
Rupa Raghunatha Pade Hoibe Akuti, Rupa Raghunatha Pade Jara Ash. So, Rupa Raghunath, what Rupa and Raghunath Das Goswami desire, that is what Gaudiya Vaishnavas follow.
Amire Rupa és Raghunath Das Goswami vágyik, a Gaudiya Vaisnavák azt követik.
So, if Raghunath Das Goswami says, Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastvam, Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastvam. So, give to me residence close to you. That we
Adjál
want.
nekem lakhelyet a
That
közeledben.
means we also want residence
Ez
close.
azt jelenti, hogy mi is akarunk lakhelyet közel.
That's where devotees want to also live.
A bakták is ott akarnak élni.
We're following them.
Mi követjük őket.
We are followers of Rupa and Raghunath.
Rupa és Raghunath követői vagyunk.
So if Raghunath Das Goswami is, we praying to Giriraj for residence near him.
Tehát ahogy Raghunath Das Goswami, mi is imádkozunk azért, hogy Giriraj közelében lakhassunk.
So we should also pray to Giriraj.
Mi is imádkozzunk
How
Girirajhoz.
do we pray to Giriraj? We circumambulate him.
Hogy imádkozunk Girirajhoz, körüljárjuk.
We hear about him.
Hallunk róla.
Remember him.
Emlékezünk rá.
Now I want to, well, I want to quote one verse,
Szeretnék idézni egy verset.
which is not going to be here, right? Or Did you do it? Oh, you did. Okay, here's the verse, and there's the bottom line. What does it say all together? Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastam. Again. Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastam. Again. Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastam. This is like the Maha Maha mantra devotees need to chant today.
Ez a Maha Maha mantra, amit a baktáknak ma
Praying to
ismételnie
Govardhan
kell.
Hill.
Így imádkozni
What do
Govardhan
we pray
hegyhez.
for? This is
Miért
what we pray
imádkozunk?
for.
Ezért imádkozunk.
Nija nikatidva. The first three are, a glorification.
Az első három az dicsőítés,
But if you can't glorify, at least then Nija nikata
de ha nem tudod
nivasam.
dicsőíteni, legalább ezt a sort van.
Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanastam. Okay, so we want residence near Giriraj.
Giriraj közelében akarunk
And
lakni.
the best residence near Giriraj is Radhakund.
És a legjobb hely Giriraj körül a Rádhákund.
So this is what Upadeshamrita concludes with.
Ez a konklúziója az
That
Upadeshamritának.
Vaishnavas go to Radhakund and there they worship Radha and Krishna.
A Vaisnavák elmennek a Rádhákundhoz, és ott imádják Rádát és Krisnát.
Okay, this verse talks about Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastvam. And it also has reference to Hantaya Radhyabala, to the other verse that we were.
Ez a vers amellett, hogy ezt az utolsó sort mutatja, utal arra a versre és a Hantaya Madrir versre, amit korábban olvastunk.
So it says, Girinripa Haridasa Shreni Varyeti Nam Amritam Idamuditam Shiradika Vaktrachandrat Vraja-dhama Klipta Vedai Sputam Me Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. O Govardhan, whose nectarine name of best of Lord Hari's servants emanated from Sri Radhika's moon-like mouth. You are the king of mountains, and the Vedas describe you as the new tilak of Braj. Please allow me to live close to you.
O Govardhan, kinek nektári neve az Úr Hari legkiválóbb szolgája, Sri Radhika holdszerű szájából származik, te vagy a hegyek királya, és a védák Vraja friss tilakjának nevez. Kérlek, engedd meg, hogy közeledben éljek.
So this verse begins with a paraphrase of the Hantaya Adirabala verse.
Ez a vers a parafrázisa a Hantaya Madrirabala versnek.
So your name, best of Lord Hari's servants, it was spoken by Srimati Radharani.
Ezt Srimati Radharani mondta.
So idam uditam Sri Radhika Vaktra Chandrat. So Radhika Vaktra Chandrat, her lotus mouth.
Az ő lótusz szájából származik.
Chandrat, moon-like mouth. Sorry. Her moon-like mouth.
Holdszerű szájából.
So you're the greatest servant of Krishna.
Te vagy Krishna legjobb szolgája.
And you're the tilak mark of Braj.
És te vagy Vraja tilak jele.
Greatest pilgrimage place. Please allow me to live close to you.
A legfőbb zarándokhely. Kérlek, hadd lakjak a közeledben.
So Raghunath Das Goswami continues at each one of these prayers. I think there's 11 prayers. At the end, it's always Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam.
Így folytatja a Raghunath Das Goswami, azt hiszem, hogy 11 versből áll.
Govardhan Hill replies.
Govardhan hegy így válaszol.
He says, you want to live beside
Azt
me?
mondja, közelembe akarsz lakni?
But in the Padma Purana, Krishna says, Pancha yojanam evasti vanam me deha rupakam. That Vrindavan extends for 40 miles, and it's no different than my body.
Hogy Vrindában 40 mérföldnyi, vagy a 64 kilométerjű kiterjedésű, és nem különbözik a testemtől.
So You can live anywhere in Vrindavan.
Bárhol lakhatsz Vrajában.
It's Krishna's body. Krishna's saying that.
Krishna mondja, hogy ez az ő teste.
So why do you have to live here?
Miért pont az én közelembe akarsz lakni?
You live anywhere in Vrindavan, and
Lakhatsz bárhol Vrindavanban.
Krishna will fulfill your desires.
És Krishna teljesíteni fogja a vágyat.
And Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, he will agree with that.
És Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur egyetért ezzel.
So, and besides, this whole praise of praising me as the best of Krishna's servants is an exaggeration.
És ez az egész dolog, hogy így azt mondod, hogy én vagyok Krishna legjobb szolgája, ez egy túlzás.
So he gives the arguments which we already went through.
És ő így érvel, amiről már beszéltünk.
Raghunath Das Goswami.
Raghunath Das Goswami.
He said, besides, Srimati Radharani has already said this.
Azt mondja, hogy hát ez Srimati Radharani már megmondta.
So, in the same way as nectar flows from the moon, it was enjoyed by the demigods, similarly, the nectar of your glories flowed from Srimati Radharani's mouth.
Ugyanúgy, ahogy a holdról folyó nektár megörvendezteti a félisteneket, a te, vagy Radharani szájából folyó nektári dicsőséged megörvendezteti a baktákat.
Nam amritam, idam uditam Shri Radhika Vaktra Chandra. So this nectar is flowing from Srimati Radharani's mouth of your glories.
Ez a nektár folyik Srimati Radharani szájából a dicsőségedről.
Now, what are the five types of nectar?
Mi az ötféle nektár?
Who's read Manasiksha?
Ki olvasta Manasiksát?
Okay, what are the five types of nectar that are stated in Manasiksha?
Benne van a Manasiksában.
Yes, so there's five types of nectar. This is what Vaishnavas are supposed to do every single day.
Le van írva, hogy mi az, amit a Vaisnaváknak minden áldott nap csinálniuk kell.
Worship Radha Krishna.
Imádni Rádát és
She
Krisnát.
says, following Rupa Goswami.
Azt mondja, hogy Rupa Goswamit követve.
You worship Radha Krishna.
Imádni Ráda Krisnát.
Chant their names.
Énekelni a nevüket.
Meditate on them.
Meditálni rajtuk.
You should hear about them.
Hallani róluk.
Bow down before them.
Leborulni előttük.
And then he puts the number 6.
És aztán hozzátesz egy hatodikat.
And every day you must worship Govardhana
És
Hill.
minden nap imádni kell a Govardhana hegyet.
Do we worship Govardhana Hill every day?
Imádjuk a Govardhana hegyet minden nap?
Okay, that's what we're Nijanikatanivaasam Dehi Govardhanastvam. So worship Radha Krishna, chant their names, meditate on them, hear about them, bow down before them.
Imádni Ráda Krisnát, énekelni a nevüket, meditálni rajtuk, hallani róluk, leborolni előttük.
We certainly chant their names,
Kétségtelen, hogy énekeljük a
and if
nevüket,
we do it right, we meditate on them.
és ha ezt megfelelően tesszük, akkor meditálunk
If we're
rajtuk.
reading them, we hear about them.
És ha olvasunk, akkor hallunk róluk.
At least then, if we're not, for instance, here in New Vraja-dhama, where we can worship them, we have a picture of them and we offer flower every day.
És ha nem vagyunk itt új Vraja-dhamában, akkor lehet képünk róluk, és leborulhatunk, ajánlhatunk virágot a képnek.
Bow down before the picture, or
Leborulhatunk a kép
bas
előtt,
relief,
vagy
and every day you must worship Govardhan Lal.
vagy a dombormű előtt, és minden nap imádni kell Govardhanát.
So that means we bow down before Govardhan Lal, a picture of
Leborulunk
Govardhan Lal.
Govardhaná képe előtt is.
So these are the 5+1 nectars
Ez az 5+1 nektár,
that devotees all drink by the grace of Rupa Goswami.
amit a bakták Rupa Goswami kegyéből isznak.
Okay, anyway, but Raghunath Das Goswami replies to Giriraj.
Raghunath Das Goswami így felel Girirajnak.
So you're saying we should give up living close to you and we should just live anywhere in Vrindavan.
Hát azt mondod, hogy hát adjuk fel ezt, hogy a közeledbe akarunk lakni, és csak éljünk valahol Vrindavanban.
But you're saying that on the basis of what Krishna quote says here in the Padma Purana.
De te ezt azon az alapon mondod, amit itt Krishna a Padma Puránában mond.
But we're Krishna's maidservants.
De mi Krishna szolgáló lányai vagyunk.
And we know that you can't always depend on what Krishna says.
És tudjuk, hogy nem lehet mindig abba bízni, amit Krishna mond.
He's got all kinds of multiple ways of saying things.
Annyiféle módon mond dolgokat.
And often it's quite tricky, so we've learned that it's best not to trust him.
Nagyon cseles, tudjuk, hogy a legjobb nem bízni benne.
So that's what he says, but who knows if it's true or not.
Ezt mondja, de ki tudja, hogy igaz-e vagy sem.
But Srimati Radharani is very honest.
De Srimati Radharani nagyon becsületes.
She's very simple, and she doesn't play any games like
Nagyon
Krishna
egyszerű,
does.
és nem játszik ilyen dolgokat.
So we have full faith in what she said in Srimad Bhagavatam.
És teljes hitünk van abban, amit ő mondott a Srimad
Aside
Bhagavatamban.
from which Bhagavatam is more authoritative than the Padma
És
Purana.
különben is a Bhagavatam az hitelesebb, mint a Padma Purana.
So we think that associating with Krishna's great devotees is more important. It's more important than associating with Krishna.
És mi azt gondoljuk, hogy a Krishna baktáinak a társasága fontosabb, mint Krishnának a társasága.
So then he quotes a verse from the Bhagavatam.
Idéz egy verset a Bhagavatamból.
So this is why we want to live close to you.
Ezért akarunk a te közeledben lakni.
Because we're sure that this is the right answer to our prayers.
Mert biztosak vagyunk benne, hogy ez a megfelelő válasz az imánkra.
So we should therefore consider this. Now we're going to take a vote whether you want to continue on with the reading.
Most
Shortly.
szavazni fogunk, hogy akarjátok-e majd folytatni az
But
olvasást.
we're faster than I thought.
De gyorsabban haladunk, mint gondoltam.
But here today, I didn't get into all the varied pastimes. That on actual Govardhana-pūjā day you can do.
Most nem mentem a mai nap bele a kettelésbe, ezt majd Govardhan konkrét megjelenési napján
And,
megtehetitek.
and all the wonderful potencies that Krishna manifests.
És beszélhettek Krishna csodálatos potenciáiról.
Through Srimati Radharani's grace, mercy,
Srimati Radharani kegyén keresztül.
we want to try to understand and get a better understanding of who Giriraj is.
Egy kicsit próbáltuk jobban megérteni, hogy ki is Giriraj.
Because usually Govardhana-pūjā ends up becoming a glorification of Krishna.
Általában a Govardhana-pūjā Krishna dicsőítésévé válik.
Because we're always talking about, well, Krishna lifted a hill.
Mert mindig arról beszélünk, hogy hát Krishna felemelt egy hegyet.
And Giriraj just becomes sort of a secondary player in the whole thing.
És Giriraj meg csak egy ilyen másodszereplő lesz az egészben.
Krishna's the one who gets all the, fanfare.
Krishnát dicsőítjük.
Although Govardhan Lal is the one who gets all the sweets.
De Govardhan kapja a sok édességet.
Yeah, how much sweets he eats is like even beyond Krishna's ability.
Hogy amennyi édességet ő bír enni, az még Krishnát is felülmúlja.
So, but rather than, putting the emphasis today on Krishna, I wanted to just be able to, why is he such a great devotee?
De ma ahelyett, hogy annyira Krishnán lenne a hangsúly, azt akartam hangsúlyozni, hogy miért olyan kiváló bakta Giriraj.
Krishna ran all the way from Nandagram to here.
Krishna Nandagramtól idáig futott.
It's a long way.
Egy hosszú út.
Why didn't he just lift up Nandagram?
Miért nem csak felemelte Nandagramot?
And all the people were in Nandagram.
És az emberek is ott voltak
And
Nandagramban.
they all came following Krishna.
És ők is jöttek mind Krishna után.
So Krishna went all this way
Krishna ilyen sokat utat megtett.
to lift up. Shirabhava, who was my vice president at Caitanya College? He was Navaswari's husband. Huh? Doesn't he look like Vimukta Sangha? This blonde boy here with this striped sweater. Every time I look there, I see him. I think it's
Ez a
Vimukti
szürke fiú
sitting
úgy
there.
néz ki, mint a régi vice-presidentünk Vimukta Sangha.
Sorry. Yes. So it's a very important. We're glorifying Giriraj,
Tehát Girirajot dicsőítjük.
directly, and also this emphasis of, when you're hearing about Govardhana-pūjā, you're not getting the message that we're supposed to live by Govardhan.
És amikor a Govardhana-pūjáról hallunk, akkor nem jön át ez az üzenet, hogy nekünk Govardhannál kellene laknunk.
And yet, especially devotees who are on the altar doing puja, then they chant this Nija Nikatanivasam Dehi Govardhanastvam. Nirupadi Karunena Sri Sachi Nandanena Tvai Kapati Satosmi Tatpriyana Arpitosmi Itikalo Mama
Itikalamama yogyá, yogyatam, tána grihnan.
Nija Nikatanivasam Dehi Govardhanastvam. So, yes, part of our direction in where it is that we want to practice Krishna consciousness is we want to be very close to such a great devotee.
És ez az iránya, hogy mi a Krishna tudatot akarjuk gyakorolni, hogy szeretnénk egy ilyen kiváló baktának a közelében lenni.
I've mentioned before, who's done the Giriraj Parikrama?
Ki csinált már Giriraj parikramát?
Most. Who's done Dandavat Parikrama?
Legtöbben. Ki csinált Dandavat parikramát?
1, 2, okay, there's 3. That's 9 days. Here. Because these Brijbasis are tricky people.
Brijbászik trükkösek, cselesek.
You can't trust them either.
Ők bennük se lehet bízni.
If they got an unreliable God, then they got an
Megbízhatatlan
unreliable
Istenük van.
servant. You're an unreliable servant and an unreliable master.
Megbízhatatlan szolgája, megbízhatatlan mesternek.
You did it here also.
Te is így csináltad.
There's another one.
Itt egy másik.
Okay, but that other one, Govinda Maharaj did, I didn't do.
Govinda Maharaj megcsinálta, én nem csináltam. Radakundot csináltam, de
9 days. You've got to dedicate 9 days to that.
9 napot szánni erre.
But there are devotees who do Govardhan Parikrama every day. They live there.
De vannak bakták, akik minden nap csinálnak Govardhan parikramát.
Some who do it twice a day.
Van, aki naponta 2-szer is csinál.
And some rare people do it 3 times a day.
És van, aki 3-szor egy nap körül járja.
And they are fit.
És ők jó edzésben vannak.
So 3 times a day, 21 kilometers.
Napi 3-szor 21 kilométer.
And that's their vrata, that's their vow.
És ez a vratájuk, ez a fogadalmuk.
Somehow or another, I have to get Giriraj's mercy.
Valahogy meg kell, hogy kapjam Giriraj kegyét.
I'll just tell one story, and this is just a local story.
Egy helyi történetet elmesélek.
It's not in any shastra.
Nem valamilyen sásztrából.
It's very modern.
Nagyon modern.
And that was that there was this one devotee who lived near Govardhan Hill.
Volt egy bakta, aki a Govardhan hegy közelében lakott.
And he had a vow to do Giriraj Parikrama every day.
És volt egy fogadalma, hogy minden nap csinál Giriraj parikramát.
And anyway, he had exams. And he had to go do exams.
Vizsgákra kellett mennie.
So what's he going to do?
Mit fog csinálni?
He had, and I guess the exams were somewhere else, so he couldn't do exams and parikrama.
Gondolom, hogy a vizsga valahol máshol volt, és nem tudott egyszerre vizsgázni és parikramára menni.
So he just said, I can't. I've taken this vow. This is my vow to Giriraj. Exam or no exam, I have to do parikrama.
És akkor mondta, hogy de hát ez a fogadalmam, ezt megígértem Girirajnak, van vizsga vagy nincs vizsga, kell parikramára mennem.
So he didn't go do the exams.
Nem ment el vizsgázni.
And the school is nearby. The exam was somewhere, who knows, in Delhi or something.
Az iskola közelbe volt, de a vizsgához valahol Delhibe kellett volna mennie.
And this was like, I don't know, 25-30 years ago.
Ez olyan 25-30 éve volt.
And so next day he goes to school.
Másnap ment az iskolába.
And the teacher reads out the scores.
És a tanár felolvasta az eredményeket.
And he got the top score.
És az övé volt a legjobb eredmény.
So How's that possible?
Ez hogyan lehetséges?
So the teacher his teacher was there, and he said, you did very well yesterday.
Ott volt a tanára, mondta, hogy nagyon ügyes voltál
He
tegnap.
was, and you did it quite fast also.
És gyorsan is
Seems
megcsináltad.
like you knew everything really well.
Úgy tűnik, hogy mindent nagyon jól tudtál.
So he just deduced that Giriraj appeared, wrote the exam,
És ezt
and
feltételezte, hogy akkor biztos Giriraj megjelent és megírta a vizsgát.
because he was so determined to do his vow.
Mert olyan eltökélt volt a fogadalmában.
There are other stories like this, very current stories of Giriraj doing different things.
Vannak hasonló ilyen kortárs történetek, hogy Giriraj bizonyos dolgokat csinál.
So Giriraj played. Raghunath Das Goswami says these are the 5 nectars, and every day you have to worship Govardhana Hill.
Raghunath Das Goswami mondja, hogy ez az 5 nektár, és minden nap imádnod kell a Govardhana-hegyet.
We need to remember what an important thing. This in Govardhana-pūjā is something that we're supposed to be worshiping once a year.
Emlékeznünk kell erre, hogy van ez a Govardhana-pūjā, de ez nem egy dolog, hogy egy évben egyszer imádjuk
But
őt.
Govardhana Hill is the person whose mercy we need to get in order to be progressive in our spiritual life.
Hanem a Govardhana-hegy az a személy, aki segít minket, hogy fejlődni tudjunk a lelki életben.
So he can give us the touch of Krishna's lotus feet.
Ő meg tudja adni nekünk Krishna lótuszlábának az
Rama Krishna
érintését.
Charana Sparsha. So he has the touch of Krishna's lotus
Őt
feet.
megérintette Krishna
It's
lótuszlába.
like electricity,
Olyan ez, mint az áram.
If I'm holding a live wire and I touch Radharaja, then he gets the shock.
Ha én fogok egy vezetéket, amiben megy az áram, és megérintem Radharaját, akkor őt is megrázza az áram.
You hold the live wire of Krishna's lotus feet and you touch somebody, they get the shock.
Hogyha te fogod Krishna lótuszlábát, és megérintesz valakit, akkor az őt is
Or
éri.
they get the mercy.
Megkapja a kegyet.
So Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. So please remember that, what an important role Giriraj actually plays in our lives.
Hogy emlékezzetek rá, hogy milyen fontos szerepet tölt be Giriraj az életünkben.
Some devotees are fortunate, they have Govardhan Srila. Prabhupada talks about that in Krishna book.
Vannak bakták, akik szerencsések, és van Govardhan Silájuk, Prabhupád beszél erről a Krishna könyvben.
It doesn't mean everyone should go running out the door to getting Govardhan Shrilas.
Ez nem jelenti azt, hogy most mindenki szaladjon ki az ajtón, és próbáljon szerezni Govardhan Silát.
A picture is fine.
Kép is jó.
Have a picture in your home of Giriraj.
Legyen egy képed az otthonodban Girirajról.
Every day do a little arti.
Minden nap tarts egy kis áratit.
Very, very simple.
Nagyon egyszerű.
So these are the things that we need to go on. And now I have a English reading.
És van nekem egy angol
Did
felolvasás.
you find where it is in Hungarian?
I didn't have the book here, Garage.
Oh, it's not in the folio.
No.
Uh-huh. Well, in TKG's diary, if devotees,
It is. It's in the Lál szövegtár.
so
Sorry.
tell me what page.
I don't know.
If you put in Govardhan, then it'll take you there. There's a reading that I would do here.
Akartam felolvasni,
Probably it's 5 minutes.
ami
Anyway,
körülbelül 5 percig fog
I'll
tartani.
do it. But there's a very important link to Srila Prabhupada and Govardhan Hill.
Van egy szoros kapcsolat Srila Prabhupád és a Govardhan hegy között.
What was the last thing that Prabhupada wanted to do?
Mi volt az utolsó dolog, amit Prabhupád csinálni akart?
He wanted to do Govardhan Parikrama.
Govardhana parikramát akart csinálni.
Prabhupada knew very well,
Prabhupád nagyon jól tudta,
he does Govardhan Parikrama, he's going to die there.
hogy ha a Govardhana parikrámot fog csinálni, akkor meg fogod halni.
Atamal Krishna Maharaj wrote a beautiful play about all of this.
Tamal Krishna Maharaj egy gyönyörű színdarabot írt mindenről.
Anyway, we don't have that.
ami nincs meg.
But what I'm going to read is Prabhupada expressing his desire and then how he ultimately didn't go.
Tehát most, amit olvasni fogunk, az arról szól, hogy Prabhupád kifejezi a vágyát erre, de végül nem ment el.
Prabhupada's desire to go to Govardhan really like split his senior disciples.
Prabhupádnak ez a vágya, hogy elmenjen Govardhanhoz, nagyon megosztotta az ő idősebb tanítványait.
One who wanted to go and the other one who said, no, if Prabhupada gets in a bullock cart, he's going to die. He's never even going to reach Govardhan.
Voltak, akik úgy voltak, hogy menjünk, és voltak, akik azt mondták, hogy nem, hogyha Prabhupád felül egy ökrösszekérre, nem fog sose odaérni, rögtön el fogja hagyni
In
a
this
testét.
Mathura Mahatmya, there's a verse that says, even if someone says, I'm going to Govardhan, he becomes liberated.
És a Mathura Mahátmyában van egy ilyen kijelentés, ami azt mondja, hogy ha valaki azt mondja, hogy elmegyek Govardhanhoz, már ettől felszabadul.
So, and then Govardhana Maharaj told me that they were actually going to start physically fighting.
És Govinda Maharaj mondta, hogy már igazából fizikailag majdnem egymásnak ugrottak.
But then, Prabhupada sort of got, when he heard all this shouting going on, outside of his quarters.
Amikor Prabhupád hallotta, hogy a szobája előtt kiabálnak a bakták,
so Prabhupada sent a message out saying that the assembly is dismissed.
és akkor küldött egy üzenetet ki, hogy a gyülekezet feloszlatva.
Everyone had to go their way.
Mindenkinek csak mennie kellett a dolgára.
So that was why did Prabhupada want to go to Govardhan?
Tehát miért akart Prabhupád Govardhanba
He was
menni?
living here in Vrindavan.
Vrindavanban lakott.
So Prabhupada wanted to go. He wanted to go on a picnic. He wanted to go around Govardhan. So it is significant. It's completely in line with Nija Nikata Nivasam, Dehi Govardhan Sam, Raghunath Das Goswami's expression.
Piknikre akart menni, körül akart menni Govardhanhoz. Ez teljesen összhangban van Raghunath Das Goswami
You
kifejezésével.
can read about this in both the folio, Prabhupada's conversations.
És tudtok olvasni erről a fólióban is, a Prabhupád beszélgetéseknél.
Now I'm going to read Loknath Maharaj's diary.
Tamal Krishna.
Tamal Krishna
Most Tamal Krishna Maharaj naplójával fogunk olvasni. Ez a magyar Lál szövegtárban a 8. fejezete ennek a könyvnek. 8. fejezet a Lál szövegtárban.
Okay, this is the 8th magyaroknak a 8. vers. 8.
fejezet.
Loknath Maharaj arrived and gave a report on book distribution in Uttar Pradesh. He had gone to Badrinath to show Prabhupada's translation of the Srimad Bhagavatam to Srila Vyasadeva. So Vyasadeva, Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. He had visited Bhim Kapoor, where Bhim left his body. He stated that in Badrinarayan everyone was leaving because of the excessive cold, including the pujaris. I asked Srila Prabhupada if that was proper. Srila Prabhupada said, what can be done? I suggested that Loknath Maharaj chant, but Srila Prabhupada said he must be tired. Loknath Maharaj, however, said that he had come a great distance to see Srila Prabhupada to chant for him, so Srila Prabhupada sent them begin chanting. After Loknath had led the kirtan and then left, Srila Prabhupada called him to return. Srila Prabhupada said, Loknath, I want to discuss something very important with you. What time is convenient? 4 o'clock was set as the time to meet. But shortly thereafter, Srila Prabhupada called Jaipataka Maharaj and Bhavananda Maharaj and said, Jaipataka, Bhavananda, so you all manage. I've done everything for a dying man to do. All papers are signed. It's not good. All you big managers are just bound here and I'm lying. I wish you to manage very nicely as if I were dead. And let me travel to all the tirthastans without responsibility. And if I die, what is that? They can bring the dead body to Mayapur or Vrindavan. A little medicine, no medicine, a little milk, and travel one place to another. If there is death, what is the limitation? In open air, bullock cart during daytime, or you can say civil suicide. Although living, consider me dead for the time being. You manage. And nowadays in India, there is sunshine. During the daytime, I shall travel, and at nighttime, make a camp under a tree. In this way, let me travel to all the tirtha stands. I'm thinking in this way. What are your opinions? Bhavananda Maharaj, we will manage. Prabhupada, you're managing, I know, but you're all local men. You are bound up and you cannot go. In other words, they were with Prabhupada. Loknath's party has some experience. Let him go. In India, the climate is good. If I recover, very good. If not, what is the wrong? And if I live, it will be a great thing, another life. You are all experienced. What is the use of lying down here? Jaipataka Maharaj. The Kaviraj said your body was 6 years of life left. Even a healthy cow laying in one place will become ill. Prabhupada. Therefore I say, don't keep me locked up. You keep me free. They have got experience in India. You can go village to village. It has to be settled. I am no longer. You manage. If I live, I shall come again. Trivikram Maharaj. Previously there was some risk. Prabhupada. What is that risk? This is my proposal. Jaipataka Maharaj. That will be after you have gained some strength. Prabhupada. Yes, free air and some change. And I can come back later. Jaipataka Maharaj. Will you be translating? Prabhupada. No. Bhavananda Maharaj. I think it is a good idea, but you should not take unnecessary risk. Prabhupada. No. When I'm okay, I shall come back to Mayapur, Vrindavan, or Bombay, or anywhere. Jaipataka Maharaj. You would travel by bus? That you think over. Bhavananda Maharaj. We will all think over the arrangements. Prabhupada. You've tried doctors, Kaviraj, medicine, everything has failed. Now suppose I'm taking risk of death. What is the wrong? When I'm dead, if you go in India and bring the body either to Mayapur, Vrindavan, Mayapur, the land is already there. Vrindavan, I think you have gate site. Wherever you like, you do. Jaipataka Maharaj. Thakur Bhakti Vinod, he said it was not proper near the gate. Prabhupada, no, there is ample room. Or Mayapur, that is very nice. Jaipataka Maharaj. Prabhupada, you're getting stronger. Look how you're talking. The Kaviraj is sure that by taking a little milk, Prabhupada, I'll take milk. Milk is available everywhere. I shall take a little milk and sleep. If I live, that's all right. If I don't, that's all right. Bhavananda Maharaj, very nice program. We can all accompany you. Prabhupada, not very many. You can go and come back. Jaipataka Maharaj, which holy places? Prabhupada, India is full of holy places. Gradually we'll go to Mayapur. Is Tamal here? Jaipataka Maharaj, yes, he has heard everything. By your going to the holy places, you will purify all the holy places. Prabhupada, there are two things, life or death. If I die, what's the wrong? And if there is death, that is natural. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, for us, it is very unfortunate. Prabhupada, live by my words, by my training. So you like this idea? Hamsadura Maharaj, I like it. Prabhupada, in most cases, you beg from the local places and subsist, otherwise purchase. Jaipataka Maharaj, you're famous. Wherever you go, there will be crowds of people. Prabhupada, so they'll be seeing me. I have no objection. I want a little milk from them, that's all. So for my presence required for my management, I think I have bequeathed properly. You can manage. It is to be admitted failure. So-called medicine treatments are all failures. Jaipataka Maharaj, all the doctors say you defy all medical laws. Sometimes you become very weak, sometimes very strong. Giriraj, I think Parikram is a good idea because I don't have any faith in the doctors or treatments. Ultimately, it depends on Krishna. He can exercise his will in any condition. Prabhupada, so seriously consider this submission and let me go. Jaipatak Maharaj, how soon would you like to go? Prabhupada, immediately. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I think it is glorious to go on Tirthastan. Prabhupada, yes. So all of you give permission, then I will go. Nishinga Chaitanya, could there be a caravan of vans to come with you? Prabhupada, yes. Bhavananda Maharaj, when you wanted to go to Mayapur, you said no, you would die on the road, and that is not good. Now you say go. Prabhupada, no, that is artificial, and this is natural. Death is inevitable, but artificial is not good. Bhavananda Maharaj, I feel that by traveling now, there would be unnatural death. Prabhupada, no, strength you will gain by traveling. Hamsadura Maharaj, you can begin by circumambulating Vrindavan. Prabhupada, yes. Bhavananda Maharaj, because all of us are quite worried. We would not work confidently, leaving you alone. Jaipatak Maharaj, we heard that you had a dream that a Kaviraj of the Ramanuj Sampradaya will treat and get you back to strength. So far, he seems quite successful. Prabhupada, no, he's sincere. I'll drink milk, whatever strength is obtainable. Hamsadura Maharaj, so we should meet and make plans for traveling around Vrindavan. You will begin tomorrow morning? Prabhupada, yes. Jaipatak Maharaj, by bus? Prabhupada, no bus, bullock cart. With bullock cart, you get the cow dung. Jaipatak Maharaj, in this part of India, it's very cold. Prabhupada, underneath the trees, it is not cold. Daytime, by exposing underneath the sun, and camp underneath a tree at night. That has to be arranged. After this conversation, we had a meeting to arrange for bullock cart. Then we came before Srila Prabhupada with the Kaviraj. Prabhupada, make an experiment, Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Then we shall decide. On Vrindavan Parikrama, a bullock cart is not smooth. Let us not take the risk. Bhakti Churu Maharaj, we think that you can get stronger slowly. Prabhupada, let us make an experiment in Vrindavan. Kaviraj, you should consider not doing it under any circumstances. Bhavananda Maharaj, the risk is too great. Prabhupada, Vrindavan Parikrama is not risk. Bhakti Churu Maharaj, you would advised us not to take unnecessary risk when doubtful. Prabhupada, that is material. You have to understand, Prabhupada has an answer for everything. If he says one thing one day, he will disprove it the next day, and then he'll disprove that. And
Prabhupádnak mindenre van válasza. Lehet, hogy mond valamit az egyik nap, aztán a másik nap megcáfolja, aztán a harmadik nap azt cáfolja meg.
why do you want to go on parikrama? Prabhupada, let us call Krishnadas Babaji and then decide. Either Ravana will kill or Ram will kill. Better to be killed by Ram. If Maricha doesn't go to lead Sita, he will be killed by Ravana, and if he goes, he'll be killed by Ram. We gave many arguments for accepting the advice of the Kaviraj. So Prabhupada is saying, killed by Ravana, killed by Ram. Staying is being killed by Ravana, and traveling is being killed by Ram. Prabhupada, but I think I will be cured by the parikrama. Kaviraj, Prabhupada should ask for Kuvera's flower plane, then there will be no bumping. Prabhupada called for Loknath Maharaj, who had gone to ready a bullock cart. Prabhupada, so when will we go? Loknath Maharaj, we got a bullock cart and bullocks. Prabhupada, what do you think? How many carts you got? Loknath Maharaj, only one for you. Others can do Sankirtan. Prabhupada, how much you had to pay? Prabhupada wants to know how much it costs. Loknath Maharaj, 100 rupees. If you want longer time, we can purchase. Prabhupada, how many are going? Tamal Krishna Maharaj, everyone wants to go. Prabhupada, yesterday he said he didn't want, now he says, that's nice. How many days you have hired for? Loknath Maharaj, 1 day. Prabhupada, I'm thinking I'm lying here. I can lie there in a cart. Let's make an experiment. Loknath Maharaj, I've seen nice carts like chariots in Pune. Prabhupada, you can purchase immediately. You have got already experience. Hamsadura Maharaj, your vision is transcendental. If you say you'll get better, we have to believe you. Prabhupada, rest assured I shall not die in 1 day. We can go to Govardhana and make our own cooking there. dig the ground and make our own foodstuffs. Very good. Picnic. Loknath Maharaj, we can collect grains. That will be very nice. Panchadravida Maharaj, will we be able to walk to Govardhan? Loknath Maharaj, there are old men who pilgrimage for 60 miles in my native place on every Ekadasi day. Prabhupada, let us make an experiment. Don't hesitate. As far as possible, take me in a comfortable position. Panchadravida Maharaj, this will purify Govardhan Hill. Prabhupada, tomorrow is a great festival. We are in Vrindavan, so we must take part. So Loknath, what do you think? Loknath Maharaj, we should make an experiment to please you. Prabhupada, that's nice. Loknath Maharaj, that will be a new experience for us also. Prabhupada, yes. Later in the evening, Krishnadas Babaji came. After taking some prasadam, he spoke with Srila Prabhupada very convincingly that Srila Prabhupada should not go. He said that Srila Prabhupada was already glorious. Why should he go out and risk his life? He was not going to die, so why should he go out now in this condition? Srila Prabhupada then called for Bhavananda Maharaj and myself, who were just coming to speak with his divine grace. Prabhupada, Babaji also feels that I should not go. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Prabhupada, how can you go? The road is so bad, there will be so much jerking. Why are you thinking of going? Why are you throwing out this Kaviraj? He's having good results. We are so upset. Please do not go. Prabhupada, all right, I don't want to upset you. That is not my position. Bhavananda, what do you think? Bhavananda Maharaj, I'm very upset, Srila Prabhupada. I don't want you to go. Prabhupada, Bhavananda has suffered so much for Mayapur. How can I go against his will? If my right and left hand say no, how can I go? Babaji Maharaj, see how much my disciples love me. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, you are dealing with us in such a way that our attachment is forever deepening. Prabhupada, it is my duty. In college days, one Scottish professor would say duty. One student asked, is this Scottish accent to say duty instead of duty? Prabhupada laughed at his recollection. It was fixed up that Krishnadas Babaji Maharaj and Ban Maharaj would come for prasadam Sunday night. Prabhupada called for the Kaviraj, having heard that he was very disappointed Prabhupada was going on parikrama. The Kaviraj had said that if Prabhupada left the gate for parikrama, not even Balaram or Lord Vishnu could keep him, the Kaviraj here any longer, but that he would return to Calcutta. He came before Srila Prabhupada to spoke very kindly to him. So, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. He's gone again.
Megint elment.
Huh? Where is he? Oh, he's going to the Goshala. Not yet. Oh, we're going to the Goshala. Okay, so he's getting ready to go to the Goshala. So, Giriraj Govardhan ki jai, Shri Govardhan Lal ki jai, Nirupadi Karunena Sri Sat. Oh, we'll just take Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanastam. So Srila Prabhupada wanted to go to Govardhan.
Srila Prabhupada el akart menni a Govardhanhoz.
After Srila Prabhupada passed away, the subsequent day,
Miután Srila Prabhupada elhagyta a testét másnap,
devotees placed him into samadhi.
A bakták szamádiba helyezték,
And then they took the first deity of Srila Prabhupada, little deity, and they took him on parikrama of Govardhan Hill.
és az első Srila Prabhupada Murtit elvitték Govardhan hegy parikramára.
And Govinda Maharaj and Bhakti Charu Maharaj, they cooked the feast.
És Govinda Maharaj és Bhakti Charu Maharaj főzték a lakomát.
And devotees came back and they had a big feast.
Akkor a bakták visszajöttek, akkor nagy lakoma volt.
So Giriraj is so important. It was one of Srila Prabhupada's last activities or will, wanting to go on parikram to Giriraj.
Giriraj annyira fontos, ez volt Srila Prabhupádnak az utolsó vágya, az akarata, hogy menjen Girirajhoz.
Raghunath Das Goswami is very insistent on it.
Raghunath Das Goswami nagyon hangsúlyozza ezt.
Let's remember Giriraj Govardhan. Let's also pray for residence by him.
Emlékezzünk Giriraj Govardhanra, imádkozzunk, hogy a közelébe élhessünk.
And now devotees can go and go to Goshala, where we're going to be feeding the cows.
És most a bakták elmehetnek a Goshalához, ahol megetetjük a teheneket.
Doing Goseva.
Gószévát csinálunk.
And then after that, what happens?
És aztán lesz az ajánlat.
Then we're coming back here.
Is it here? I
They're
think it
making
is. The offering is here in the temple room. Bhaktipad Goswami is there.
Oh, he's okay. Go ahead, Maharaj. Goswami Maharaj ki jai.
Ila Shivaram Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Actually, the best thing I read today was taking Prabhupada's Bhagavatam to Vyasadeva.
Ez volt a legjobb dolog, amit ma olvastam, hogy Prabhupád Bhagavatamját elvinni Vyasadévának.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai! Akkor nagy örömmel tájékoztatjuk, menjünk a Lotus patájú tehenekhez.
So with great pleasure we announce that we're going to the cows with lotus hooves.
De mielőtt elinduljunk, vannak sokan, akik regisztráltak, és 50-en nem vették át a karszalagot.
But before we go, many people have registered, but 50 people who have registered have not taken their wristbands.
Ezért megkérünk, hogy minél hamarabb, még lakoma előtt, hogy ne legyen a zsúfoltság lakoma közben a szalagok miatt.
So I'd like to ask everyone to please do this as soon as possible, possibly before the feast.
Mi legyen hamarabb, vegyétek át a szalagokat.
Please get your wristbands as soon as possible.
És akkor most kezdjünk a kis kirtánt. Sri Govardhana el fog indulni innen oldalról. Itt középen kisétáljunk, és akkor szekérrel elmegyünk imádni teheneket.
So we're going to start our kirtan. Govardhana is going to come from here, go through here in the middle, and go to the Goshala.
És természetesen még egy nagyon fontos információ, hogy a templom szobába kérjünk, ne maradjon senki.
And one more very important information, please nobody stay in the temple room.
Mert a felajánlás édesség lesz itt előkészítve, a bógát be fognak hozni.
Because all the sweet offerings are going to be prepared over here.
Sri Govardhana ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Shyama Sundar ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Shivaram Swami Maharaj ki jai. Oké, akkor kirtán.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavansam Shri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathantam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Loknathanitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavansha Sri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathantam Tvam Sajivam Shadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavansha Sri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathantam Tvam Sajivam Shadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnava प्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavansam Sri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathantam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanscha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Govardhana-pūjā Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Bolo Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Eszik Sri Govardhana sok-sok finom édességet.
Govardhana is just eating so many delicious sweets.
Gondolom ti is éreztek, ti is már elégedetek vagytok.
I can imagine you are also satisfied.
Elmondom, hogy idén mennyi édességet hoztak össze a bakták.
Tell you how much sweets the devotees made for this year.
Budapest 200 kiló édesség.
So Budapest made 200 kgs of sweets. Haribo!
Debrecen 20 kiló édesség!
20 kgs. Haribo!
A régi szolnoki bakták
All Solnok devotees
csodát csinálták.
made kind of like a mystery, a miracle.
16 kiló!
16 kgs. Haribo!
És egri bakták nélkül nem lett volna jó fesztivál.
No festival without the Eger devotees.
Nagyon különleges ajánlatot, mint mennyiséget csináltak.
There's a very special amount of sweets coming from them.
17,5 kiló.
17.5 kgs of sweets. Haribo!
Nava Vraja-dhama bakták.
Devotees from Vraja-dhama.
Ki tud mondani mennyi?
Who knows how many kgs of sweets they made?
Aki eltalálja, Kodanitáj Prabhu süt neki tortát.
Whoever find out the exact amount, I will make a cake for him or her. But it's maybe not true.
Segítek,
I can help.
hogy ne kell neki sütni tortát.
So I don't have to make any cake for you, but let's ask them if they could find out maybe. Yeah?
Paruszki.
De hát hadd tippeljenek akkor a bakták.
Lehet tippelni azért. 520, 15, 36. 636.
636 kgs of sweets.
És pécsi bakták 40 kiló.
40 kgs.
Szombathelyi bakták
Devotees from Sambathai.
37 kiló. És vannak egyéb bakták is.
And other devotees.
8 kiló. Most már mindenki elégedett?
Everybody satisfied?
Sri Govardhana-pūjā. És meg nagyon érdekes kis édesik statisztika.
That's another sweet statistics from previous years. Yeah.
Idáig mennyi volt összesen?
How many sweets have been done since till now?
Budapest 9915 kiló.
So Budapest made 9,915 kgs of sweets.
Eger 1348.
Eger made 1,348 kgs.
Ez a 20 év alatt volt.
Just to let you know, these are from the last 20 years of sweets.
Ez nem mai, nem mai.
Not today.
És akkor Debrecen volt? Debrecen 1010.
1,010 kgs from Debrecen.
Kecskeméti bakták 439 kiló.
439 kgs from Kecskemét.
Pécsi bakták 1127 kiló.
1,127 kgs from Pécs. Haribo!
Szolnoki bakták 27.
Szolnok from Szolnok 27.
Szeged 112 kiló.
112 from Szeged.
New Vraja-dhama 17,000. 17,172.
17,172 kgs.
De mivel mi egy játra vagyunk,
We are one yatra together.
ezért a legfontosabb az együtt szolgálatok.
The important thing is what we do together in cooperation.
Ilyenkor nagy csodákra képesek vagyunk.
We can make miracles.
Ezért ideáig 20 év alatt magyar játra.
So in last 20 years, the Hungarian yatra made
Haribo! 51,000. Vicceltünk. Ez most 513,000 tonna. Nem. 51 kiló az egyéb.
what is so other devotees made 51 kgs.
Ne legyen nektek sokas szemüvege.
It's better to not having glass.
És összesen 31,257.
So altogether 31,257 kgs.
Magyar játra ki jai, Sri Govardhana-pūjā! vége lesz az ajánlásnak, akkor majd lehet fényképezni majd utána, megnézni, és akkor majd fogunk folytatni. De még egy nagyon fontos, hogy akinek hiányzik a mobiltelefon, nálunk van, találtok az úton. Jó? Köszönjük szépen. Kirtán! Harió!
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Folytatódik a program. The program will continue. Continuous program. Now please, légy szíves, mindenki lépjen ki a templom szobából, és ott templom előtt várjatok.
Please go out from the temple room and wait outside the temple building.
Utána Giridharival együtt elmegyünk Govardhanra, Rasasztálira.
After that we go with Giridhari to Govardhana hill, to Rasastali.
Ott is csinálunk egy Giriraj-púját.
We're gonna make a puja there also.
És utána körbe megyünk parikrámon a Govardhan hegyet.
So we go around on a parikram around the Govardhana hill.
És utána prasada! És ne felejtsétek el, akik átvették a karszalagokat, az gyorsan jöhetnek majd prasadamon.
So those who has the wristbands, they could have prasad.
Jó, köszönjük, akkor lehet most elhagyni a templomszobát. Kirtán marad, és lehet egy kicsit háttérbe énekelni.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare